All right, to everybody in the United States, rise and shine. To everybody else around the world, greetings. Hope you're having a great day or a great night, depending on where you're at on the planet. Let's get this party started right. Represent your city. We have Buffalo in the building. Of course, I'm representing Chicago, Illinois for all my people on Facebook, both Facebook accounts. To my people on YouTube, Kick, and Twitch. I am representing Chicago, Illinois. We got B More in the building. Shout out to all my mods and wrenches. Keeping the naughty people on timeout. You know, in 2026, we're not blocking anybody anymore. Isn't that great? But we will put you on timeout for however long my mods decide to put you on timeout if you're a little irritable. But you will be able to come back soon as your timeout is over. It could be 30 minutes, it could be an hour, it could be tomorrow. Yep, we're not going to block you though. We're just going to put you on timeout if you don't behave yourself. Yeah, so I'm up early. We got Oakland in the building. And this is a conversation I didn't really expect to ever have this conversation about the Democratic Party as far as black people, as far as foundational black Americans and ADOS. The Democratic Party is washed. Yeah. It's over for them. They're washed up. As far as melanated people concerned, foundational black American, ADOS, the Democrats. You know how sometimes you don't like the Republicans, so you vote for the Democrat, but they ain't doing nothing. What's the point? What's the point in supporting the Democratic Party? I feel like the Democratic Party has been taking the foundational black American vote for granted. That's what I think. I think they've made the Republicans the boogeyman for foundational black Americans. And they just really just feel like, oh, they're going to vote for us. I think in a lot of ways, the Democratic politicians played a race card. Like, the Republicans is the white party, and we're the party for, gays and minorities and hardworking white Americans, right? Yeah, boo. Yeah, get the Democrats out of there. Get them out of there. They ain't doing nothing. What they doing? Y'all come in the chat and tell me what you think. It's an open discussion. I'm willing to hear all type of opinions. I love various opinions. I don't like to debate, but I like to discuss. There's a difference between debating and discussing. Debating gets a little weird because a discussion is kind of like open. And, both sides are willing to be like, okay, that's a good point. A debate, a lot of times, a, a person is just really stuck on their side. And there's really nothing you can say to a person that's stuck on their side. You know, it's a wasted discussion because they got a side and that's all they dealing with. When I'm having a debate or a discussion, I definitely have a point of view, but I'm not stuck on it. I'm just, I really am open to see if you could, show me your point of view. That's the point of me talking to you. It's not like I'm just going to be, oh no, it's just this and that. I don't think it has to be like that. Where, oh no, it's just this and that's it. I don't think I don't know. It's like, what's the point in even discussing it if, the goalpost can't be moved? Because then you're just going around and around. Like the digital underground, round and round, round we go, kind of like, you know. And one thing about me is I'm really interested in the other point of view. Although if I think my point of view is accurate, I'm going to, stay on that. But I'm not just staying on it regardless on what you say. There is things you could say that make me go, ooh, I ain't think about that. It doesn't bother me to have to change my point of view. So when I'm dealing with a person in a discussion or what you would call debate, I am really interested to see if they can change my point of view. I'm not just like, oh no, you can't change my point of view. No, I'm different. I like knowledge, so I'm very interested in them changing my point of view. And then they say this, and then I'm going to say this, and they're going to say this, and I'm going to say that. And I'm trying to see if I could challenge their response, and they're supposed to see if they can challenge my response. But the conversation constantly got to be elevating. If you say this, and then I say that, and then you say this again, rather than respond, then that's gets silly. You say and I'll say, well, what about and then I'm expecting you to be like, well, da da da. And I say, oh, yeah, but da da da. I'm not interested in, you say da, and I say da, and then you say, but da, and I say, well, da, and you say da, and I'm like, oh, okay, you just stuck on stupid. Yeah, I agree. I feel like the Democratic Party baby lane just thinks they got the vote with no work. That's what I think. Like, okay, we got that vote. We got the black vote. So we don't have to do anything for them. Like, we got their vote automatic. We don't have to do anything for them. Let's do stuff for gays and stuff like that. Like Harris. I campaigned for Harris. I didn't really like her. But I'll be having real way out ideology. So I wasn't really pushing Harris as a Democrat or as a politician at all. I was on some gender role model type stuff, which is like way over, that was flying over people's head. I'm like, no, I'm pushing a gender role model for my daughters. For people didn't I was like, no, I want to see a woman president so we can move the goalposts for the young ladies. And it was like I was talking Martian. Nobody knew what the hell I was talking. I said it about 1,000 times. A lot of people just didn't get that part. They kept saying, yeah, but the Democrats. And I kept saying, women, the Democrats. I'm like, women role model, the Democrats, a woman president, a Democrat. That's like a woman president, a Democrat. I say, oh, Jesus Christ. A woman. I'm trying to see a woman. I wanted Hillary to win. I would have voted for Hillary if she would have had a chance. That's another thing about me. If I don't feel like you got a chance, I'm not voting. You got to have a chance. I think Harris had a chance if it wasn't for Elon Musk and Starlink. I do believe there was some nefarious things going on with the voting machines. The timing to bring Elon in for the election and then get him out of there after the election is very suspicious. Because Elon Musk is like a brainiac, evil scientist, and he knows how to hack stuff. I personally believe he hacked the election. But I might be wrong because Harris was giggling and smiling a lot. Yeah, she didn't have enough time to run, 2 months? Ugh. Imagine having to get a presidential campaign together in 2 months. Poor thing. I didn't like her too much. I was wondering as a female, I didn't really think she would help Foundation of Black Americans, as you could see. This was her minority program. I think it's only one Foundation of Black American way in the back. She could have at least stood her up here where this short girl is at. But I understand maybe you feel like you can't see the short girl. Well, then move one of the Asians to the back and move the black woman, since she's the only one, you know, move her to the front. Say she was a little phony baloney, but I got 3 daughters and I got granddaughters, so I wanted them to see a role model. Good to see you, Kathy. I hope everybody's doing great. Yeah. And then it was messed up because a lot of men, I couldn't trust them because, a lot of men are misogynists. So I can't really trust their opinion of her, because a lot of men are misogynists. I don't think they'd be knowing they misogynist. So I really couldn't trust, men too much when it comes to a female. I didn't know if you're a misogynist or honest or not. Especially considering, so many men are horrible fathers to their daughters. You know what I'm saying? So, that's a whole nother video. Can't expect you to support a female president. You don't even support your daughter and your baby's mama. I'm just saying. You learn a lot about young black men when you got black daughters that gotta date them. That's when you see our community needs work, right? It's so hard for them to find a decent young black man. But that's neither here nor there. It's really hard. So many young brothers, what am the word I'm looking for? Suck. You know, that's another story going the other day. So, I'm thinking, no more Democrats. Get them the hell out of here. Bye. Bye. Your services are no longer needed because you didn't service nothing. I think sometimes locally you have to deal with them, but I'm talking nationally as far as the president. Locally, yeah, because there's financial situations when it comes to Democrats and Republicans in these states. And typically, like here in Chicago, the Republicans don't care too much about the city. They mostly care about the European suburbs and the state. And so you don't want a Republican mayor because what he will do is suck all of the money out of the city and send it out to the suburbs, like down in Mississippi and Jackson, where they took over Jackson, Mississippi because it's the capital and the federal uh, politicians came in and took it to siphon off all of the money and resources from Jackson, where a lot of black people is, and send it out to the suburbs. So I think in them terms, yeah, you got to kind of watch Republicans locally for sure, because we do have a system where they do exploit the cities for the people that's got the big homes in the suburbs, because the states would be broke without the major cities. But they don't want to put the money back into the city. They want to suck it out there where they live at. Try to build small suburban cities that's kind of self-sufficient for them while the city becomes dilapidated. And if the city gets dilapidated enough, come in, buy it up, gentrify it, and then move back. A lot of that's going on. So people say, well, if a lot of that's going to Republicans, why you want to get rid of Democrats? Because the Democrats ain't doing nothing to stop it. If you're not making any changes, I mean, what's the point in voting for you? The Democrats don't do anything. And I think as far as getting a black vote, the Democrats have sold black Americans out. The Democrats have sold foundational black Americans out. Independence is not going to work because they don't have enough votes. So the independent party is just a waste of time. They'll never win anything. Yeah, it's never gonna go nowhere, Sherry. They'll never get enough people to get anything. They never raise enough money. They can't get no endorsements because there's no party to endorse them. There's no independent party funding. So, if you're running as an independent, you got all this money coming in for the Republicans. You got all this money coming in for the Democrats, but you don't have any independent funding. So that's why all these years the independent parties failed. Always. There's a couple of them that tried. I think Ross Perot got kind of close, but yeah, that's hopeless because they don't. You say no faith? No, I'm not talking faith and belief. I'm talking facts. The independent party, like the Green Party. What you know about the Green Party? You think the Green Party have enough money to run, Sherry? Because it's not based on faith. I'm not dealing with faith. That's like Christians, I think. That's religion, ain't faith religion? I thought faith was like religious stuff. No, the Green Party never have enough money to win. I agree with you. Sometimes you have to do things differently, but they're not going to do it, is my point. That's where we don't see it. They're not going to do it. It's not gonna happen. I mean, how old are you, Sherry? Because I'm going on 68, and we've had independent parties for decades. Why they never worked? Because they don't have an independent party infrastructure, Sherry. See, a political party has to have an infrastructure, which independent parties don't. Neither do they have the financial backing at all. Like, Sherry, give me an example of where they would get the financial backing. Because all the finances is going to just Republicans and Democrats. And those, y'all have to understand, politicians only win with the backing of businesses, and businesses are Democrat and Republican. So, Sherry, the battle would be to get the businesses to be independent. See what I'm saying? I understand what you're saying. The voters independent, but the people running for the campaign won't be able to raise money unless you can get the businesses to be independent to fund the independent candidate. Yeah, you 63. Why you say I gotta step up and do it? Why you ain't do it? And I'm telling you stuff that I don't think you're really listening to what I'm saying. I can't step up and do it. How can I get them the funding? How? Let me ask you, just answer these questions, Sherry. How will an independent candidate raise money for commercial funding? They can't. Plus, mathematically, Sherry, the number three could never win. There would have to be four parties for all four parties to have a chance. If there's two major parties and one independent party, that would never have a chance because it's an odd number. It's not enough. You say split the vote. You have to split the vote by four, two, four, six, eight. You can't split three. Can't split three. And as far as going out there thinking that I can get like Democrats across the country to go independent, I mean, you really believe that? Yeah, those companies ain't gonna do that. Listen, let me break it down what Sherry's saying. I appreciate your input, Sherry. Let me break it down like this. Let's say I'm in Michigan And my state is mostly like Democrat and some Republicans. And let's say I'm a big grocery store like a Costco, and I've been supporting Democratic, right, politicians that have gotten in office. I can't flip independence because I'm already locked in with the Democratic politicians that I helped raise money to get in office, and they already are doing things for me as Costco. So I cannot flip because I would have to flip on people I've already supported. That's not going to happen because because the board at Costco, they're Democrats. So how do you get the president of Costco, the vice president of Costco, how do you get them to flip independent? You can't because they're already locked in with state senators, U.S. senators, and congressmen. They would have to flip on all the people they already got ties with. Am I talking over everybody? Is it? If you understand what I'm saying, give me a thumbs up. You're already locked in. All the big, all the big businesses are locked in already. How are they gonna unlock from politicians that they're already locked in with that are now in office? How could they say, I'm not voting for you next time? You see? Yes, I'm saying, Sherry. I get what you're saying, though. It's a good concept. What I'm trying to get you to see is show me how it works. You can't say, like, step up, and that's not a strategy. Just saying step up. Give me a real political strategy. Step up is not, no, that's not a political strategy. That's like wishful thinking. Everybody's already locked in. All of the people that pay the money for the commercial stuff, they're already locked in. And so if I'm an independent and I'm trying to raise money, people that's locked in are not going to support me. Businesses that's locked in with the Republicans and businesses that's locked in with the Democrats are not going to donate to me as an independent. They say, well, could you convert them? No, they're not going to even take a meeting with me. Yeah, they're not gonna even talk to me. And so a lot of black Americans don't understand foundation that the money runs the country, not the politicians. The politicians only win when they're backed by the money. And the money costs even more. You 63, sweetheart, remember they would only start running commercials like, okay, the election November. They would start running commercials for presidents like September, October, November, maybe August. Now they run commercials, shit, in June. You know what I'm saying? You got to raise some serious money. You know what I'm saying? The only reason Harris had any chance is because she was able to get the money that was going to Joe Biden already. But if she had to be independent and find her own money, come on. Because the way they got it is, if you don't have commercials, nobody knows you're running, right? And the commercials cost a fortune. So as an independent candidate, who knew I was running? Look at Cornel West. I believe he was just trying to raise campaign money because whatever he don't spend, he get to keep. Cornel knew he wasn't gonna win. Do y'all believe Cornel West thought he was gonna win? For a lot of independent people, I believe it's almost, I ain't saying he's scamming, but I believe independent be scamming because they know they're not gonna win. Ross Perot came close, but he was a billionaire, so he was able to fund his own campaign, and he still didn't win. You know, but I believe a lot of independents are scamming. You running around, you collecting money, and you know damn well you're not gonna win. Who believed Cornel West had any chance of winning and being the president of the United States? Does anybody believe he had a chance in hell? And then every politician got to be connected to another politician. Dick Gregory didn't win. Dick Gregory wasted money, wasted his time. He didn't win nothing. If I'm gonna lock in, I gotta lock in with somebody that can win. I'm not gonna just lock in with somebody that's just running. I can't lock in with somebody that's locked out, you know? And I lock into you, you gotta be locked into the system. If you ain't locked into the system, technically we're not locked in. But Sherry, go out there yourself and make it happen. Why I gotta do it? Why can't you do it? Why can't you get a page like me, get it YouTube and go push it? Well, you're kind of confusing me. You're kind of making it like I can make a difference. Well, if a difference could be made, can't you make it, Sherry? Can't you make this big difference you're talking about? Let me see you do it. Let me see you do what you're telling me to do. You know what I'm saying, sweetie? It ain't gonna happen. Yeah, you got the electoral college and all of that, and you got people that's already politicians, already senators, already congressmen, you know, already U.S. senators, already state senators, So it's just like it's already a system in place. But I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying, Sherry. I respect what you're saying. I'm just giving you the reality. That independent's not going to never win. Ever. You say the most, you ain't the most hated individual on earth. Listen, Sherry, why is you lying? You a woman, right? You was not hated. Men still trying to holler at you. If you was hated, why they still trying to holler at you? Hey Sherry, stop lying. If you was hated, why is men sniffing up behind you and still trying to speak to you when you take your beautiful self to the store and all that? You lying now, sweetie. Come on. Y'all ever seen a woman that's the most hated? I ain't never seen no most hated woman. I ain't never seen that. I'm just saying, Sherry, I love you. Hey, Sherry, that's a lie. Yeah, I hit that. Pharaoh loved you dearly. You can what the hell is you talking about? I ain't never heard of no most hated woman. You know what I'm saying? Hell no. Nobody hates the kitty cat. The men love the kitten. Sherry over here lying. Sherry, Sherry, talk about nobody will follow her. I heard men be following you through the grocery store. Talk about nobody will follow her, and she got thighs and breasts and stuff. Why is she lying? Sherry over here lying and stuff. Thought she the most hated person. Let me tell you something. The most hated person, if there was, it would be a man. It would never be a woman. Never. The most hated person in America would always be a man. They might say this lady is the most hated, but that ain't gonna be true. Like what's her name? Christy Nome. You might say that she the most hated, but somebody like me will hit it though. You know what I'm saying? Have some little nomads. You know what I'm saying? But don't pay me no attention. I ain't got no sense, but I don't know if she look good. Christy could get it. I just say I don't know. She got fucked up policies and everything, but if she cute, she'll be like my policies. People say my policies ain't no good. I'm like your policy good, boo. You know what I'm saying? Your policy, you know what I'm saying? Your policy straight, baby. I like your policies. You know what I'm saying? Uh, Gleason, no, she can't be the most hated. Not no woman. But I don't know. I'm in Chicago where men is highly aggressive with women and love women. You know what I'm saying? Here, ladies, if you're having a hard time finding a man, move to Chicago. I'm just telling you, you're gonna have a better. It's gonna might still take a while, but yeah, your chances is better than if you live in bumfuck Egypt. So I'm just thinking, no more Democrats. And on the Democrats, I say let the Republicans win. Let them win everything. Because if the Democrats is alternative, but they ain't doing nothing, what kind of alternative is that? Foundational Black Americans been supporting Democrats forever, and they've gotten worse and worse and worse. Our situation has gotten worse and worse and worse. I love Barack Obama, but the fact is, his second term, he should have said something about reparations. He didn't say nothing. I understood the auto industry was struggling, the country was struggling financially. He did a good job. When he got in there, all of a sudden, people was buying American cars and stuff again. So he did a good job with that. Because if you remember, before Barack Obama got in there, everybody was buying, Lexus and foreign cars. And then when he got in there, that's why you see all these Mustangs and Fords and stuff on the road now. He did that. I give him that. But the second term, I think he should have, got some kahunas and said something about reparations. What's the point of having a black man in there if he ain't gonna push the line, especially when you can't run again? I can understand the first term. You don't want to mess up the second term. But once you get a second term, come on, bro, jump out the window, stick your neck out. You know, yeah. This is something I would tell him if I met him. Bro, why you didn't say something about reparations? Your black ass got in there. I don't want to hear the Barack talk. Come on, bro. We ain't on camera. Nobody's recording. Give it to me raw. Was you scared? You might have been scared they was going to unalive him. They would have had to shoot me because I would have said something. Thank you. Now that I won my next term, I want to make it clear. Reparations for Black Americans. I know y'all don't like it, so I already won. You know what I'm saying? It ain't nothing you can do about it. You know what I'm saying? He ain't FBA, but his ass black, and FBA put him in office. He don't get no excuse to why he not FBA. Now, you can't cosplay FBA and not be FBA. Plus, you in Chicago and you black. And you know, Jaleesa, if your wife FBA and your kids is half FBA, you is unofficially FBA. How your wife FBA, your kids is half FBA, and you ain't standing on your wife and kids' business. You ain't asked for reparations for your wife? Come on. So you don't want reparations for what your wife been through? What her family been through? What your children's grand relatives on their mama's side been through? It don't run deep, but he ain't getting no excuse for that. He wasn't no immigrant when he had us vote for him. No, I'm saying if we voted for you, stand up for us. All that, no, you ain't us. Man, if we voted for you, stand up for us. That's what I'm saying, Gleesa. I don't care if he not FBA. If FBA voted for him, right? Okay, when you vote for a president, you're a farmer. You expect him to do something for the farms, right? If you vote for the president and you're an auto worker, you expect him to do something for the auto workers. So if you vote for the president and you FBA, we expect him to do something for the FBA. We voted for your ass. That's all I'm saying. You owe the people that voted, supported you. That's all I'm saying. If I meet him, I'm gonna tell him, I'm like, you my man and everything. But for the first black president, you dropped the ball. You should have been the first one to push reparations, whether they happen or not. You should have pushed it. All of us voted for you. He talking crazy because black Americans wasn't standing on his neck. Shit. I went on YouTube then. You know, Big Pharaoh would have made 8 videos. Why Obama talking crazy? Obama needs to stop talking crazy. Part 2. Who said something about it? Nothing. Nobody didn't say nothing. The Black Foundation of Black Americans didn't stand on his neck. We got to take responsibility too when it comes to politics. We just let people do whatever. Soon as he said that, all the black newspapers and articles and everybody should say Obama talk crazy. Then he would have been out. Let me clarify. Yeah, clarify, nigga. You know, clarify. They should have made him clarify, you know? It's good you voted for him, though. It's good you voted for him historically, so you got that image for the next generation. That's more important than anything. Like I said with Harris, it was great he won. Period. Period. When he won, our schools got better in Chicago. The children started doing better. The children started looking to go further. So that image, you can use that image for things later. But that's over people's head. When you get that image, now it's up to you to take that image and go somewhere. But black people will go trash him, trash the image, and now they're not able to use the image for the next generation. You don't go out here just trashing them. You go tell the kids, listen, go to school, don't be a gang member. Try to be like him. Try to be like him. So that's why I don't just be trashing, dude, because we still supposed to use them for the next generation. But I've been talking about that. That's just fly, you know, especially the black man. He's just not there with that type of, you understand? Imagery. The imagery is more important than them. For parents. So if you get her to be president, you're able to use that imagery and tell your little daughter, see, a woman could be president, a woman could be this and that. It's up to you to take certain things and make them work for you. So that's why I wanted her to win. I got a bunch of female descendants. And then that imagery could be used for my daughters, for my granddaughters, for motivation for their lives. And the funny thing about that, the Prince, nobody understand that. But then the same people don't understand what I said. It'll be like, these rappers is a bad image. Hold on a minute. I just said provide good images. I didn't know what I was talking about. But now you're crying about the bad images. Make it make some sense. How are you crying about the bad images influencing the youth, but not taking the good images to influence the youth? When it comes to the good images, you just start dogging them. Does anybody know what I'm talking about? No? Probably not. Probably not. So that's what I'm always talking about, imagery. You're supposed to take that imagery and tell your son, boy, you could be stuff. Look at Barack. Go to school, get you some grades, make something out yourself. You could use this picture for your children, for your grandchildren. Because life goes on. What about the next generations? Your children at school, they seeing George Washington. They seeing Abraham Lincoln. They just seeing all white people. So now the white children is inspired because they're Trump, they're Clinton, they're George Washington, they're Lincoln, they're Clinton. So they're inspired. What do the black children got to look at to be inspired? What do the women got to look at to be inspired? So you can use this woman for your daughters. You hang that up in the house. You hang this up in the living room. And now every day your children walking and they seeing that. See, this I'm talking some other way psychology stuff. Your children don't know nothing about, oh, he did this. No, they don't know all that. But all they know is they in the house, they see this black family. You tell them this is the president. You don't get in front of your children. He wasn't no good president. Da da da. George Washington wasn't shit. Lincoln wasn't shit. But white people not gonna say that in front of their children. They're not gonna say that because they know the importance of their children having that imagery so that they can want to be something. When Barack Obama won, I hung his picture up in my children's rooms. None of my children been in jail. I use it for like inspiration for them so they can see some black success. But the same people that are criticized hanging his picture up will say, man, Dirk ain't no good. Cheap Keep drill ain't no good. Da, 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 da. So you know what ain't no good. You know bad imagery, but you never speak on good imagery. How you hate Chief Keef and Barack. That makes some sense. Okay, let me get this straight. So you don't like Chief Keef, you don't like Dirk, you don't like the drill rappers because they represent doing substances and unaliving each other. And you don't like Barack Obama or none of the black. Okay. What that sound like? Sound like a fool. Sound like self-hate. That's what it sound like to me. What man that got a daughter don't want his daughter to look up to this lady that was very successful in business, school, education, and politics? You don't feel she is something you want your children to look at her success? Make that make some sense. Yeah, I want my daughters to look at her and her success. Hell yeah. But then you're going to turn around and say, wow, young girls pregnant with babies early and all that. You hating both sides. You know, the black man has got to be a leader for the black woman in his family. You hate every goddamn body. You don't like nobody. You don't like the successful blacks. You don't like the gangbangers. You don't like the drill rappers. All you like is a nigga with a basketball. Basically, you love LeBron, who is a good role model too. Don't get me wrong. I think LeBron is a real good role model. Businessman, did good, ball put money in schools, but he ain't no role model as good as Barack Obama in no kind of goddamn way. But whatever, you gotta sometimes you gotta provide imagery for your children. Our children gotta watch TV and stuff, and they bombarding them with imagery of being inferior. All the imagery is white success. No imagery of black success. Every time you turn on TV, there's a white family, and there's a black single woman with children. They always got our woman single with a baby. Christmas come. They show the white dude ringing the doorbell. His wife come out. The Cadillac's out there for Christmas. So you ain't paying no attention to that. There don't never be no black man ring the doorbell and the black woman come out and he bought her a Cadillac. Don't never be that. That's another video for another day. Sometimes criticizing black success confuses your babies. Because you're telling your babies, Barack ain't shit, this one ain't shit, and your baby's listening to drill rap then. Now you tell your babies that drill rap ain't shit. Your baby ain't going to listen to you. You just said all the successful black people that went to school ain't shit. Then you telling your baby drill ain't shit, need to go to school. And they're like, Mama, you said Barack went to school, Michelle went to school, and you don't like them. Your kids looking at you crazy. You telling me to go to school, but you hating on the blacks that went to school, that became great politicians, that became the first black family. Here you is some black man hating on Barack, and you ain't nobody. You ain't got no type of influence. You are nobody. You just a dude that got a little house with a wife. You ain't influencing nothing. Show me where you compare to Barack and Michelle. You don't. When you get through talking, I'll tell any of you black dudes in your face. I would tell you, this is Barack and this is you. I already know I don't compare to no damn Barack Obama that was able to have millions and millions of black people see black success. At what point I'm going to get out of here hating on that? They're going to do some things I don't like, and I'm going to cover it up just like white Americans covered up theirs. You know, white Americans, when they people do something messed up, they covered it up quick, and they still push their people. They ain't finna highlight everything Trump doing wrong. I guarantee you. Wait till Trump get out of office. They not gonna highlight that. They're not gonna highlight everything. You know what I'm saying? They're not gonna do it. Only our people gonna do it. That's a fact. We have to overlook things that our people do bad, just like everybody else overlook stuff they people do bad. They still push their people, no matter what they say or whatever. We don't. We trash everybody right in front of our children. That damn slave mentality. Slave mentality. I would never get in front of my daughters or my granddaughters and say nothing bad about Harris because she a female. I would only say great things about her, and so that to encourage the females in my family, to encourage them to be something. Because no matter what you say, that lady didn't go to prison. That lady went to school. That lady went to work. That lady moved up in politics all the way to vice president. That's a great accomplishment. To me, Harris represents the greatest that a woman of color could do. Great achievements. Those achievements outweigh mistakes she made by far. It's not even close. She had to pass, when she went to Harvard, she had to do her homework. She had to get good grades to get out of Howard. She just didn't get out of Howard University like that. She had to be studious. to get out of Howard. You won't highlight those type of achievements. It's like me. Sometimes I'll be over here talking, saying a lot of good stuff, and I got brothers, they just wait to try to pick out something I'm saying. They just sit like vampires, like snakes, just looking for you to say something they could disagree with. And they'll come, I disagree. But when you say something positive, they don't come and say, I agree, I agree. All they doing is waiting to say, I disagree. Yeah, black man. That's all you do to another brother. A brother could say 1,000 things right. You don't care about that. You just wait. And wait till you say something wrong. You know what I'm saying? Wait till you say something I don't agree with. I don't agree with that. But the stuff you do agree with, you don't say, I agree, I agree. You don't do that. You don't do that. She just didn't get out of there. And she been had that Africa around her neck as a shorty. So she been identifying with black people. Way before she ran for office. She went to a black university and she identified with black people. And in the hood, when I was growing up, if we went in a club and she was in a club, she would have been black. And all you brothers that don't agree with that is phony. Y'all phony, because y'all would have tried to fuck her. Get the fuck out of here. I tell you to your face. You ain't real like Pharaoh, the realest alive. I would have hollered at her. I went to school with a lot of black women look just like Harris. Salt and Pepper looked just like Harris. Y'all didn't say they wasn't black. She don't look like she could have performed with Salt and Pepper. See, that's that phony shit. Yeah, phony. On this internet, phony. Big Pharaoh got to come and call you a fraud and phony. Because anywhere in America in the 70s and the 80s, this would be a black chick and we would holler at her. We call them yellow bones. For the dumb brothers that don't know, Big Pharaoh know all the culture and history. She was what we call a yellow bone. Am I lying? We wouldn't call Harris a yellow bone? Huh? Which one of you brothers would have seen her and wouldn't have considered her black? Let me see the phony brothers. Say something if you met her back in Howard and you wouldn't have considered her black. Say something. Go ahead, commit so we can see you's a whole goofy and a liar. Some brothers hating on her and their wife look just like her. You see a brother hating on her, do you meet his high yellow wife? You say, bro, if you don't shut your goofy ass up, your wife look just like her and your daughters. Look just like her. Come on, man. Are we really serious? If that's the case, we shouldn't have supported the DeBarges. Remember the DeBarges? Every one of them looked like that. But whatever. I'm the realest alive. I would have hollered at her. I wouldn't have known she ain't black, and she would have been black to me. I don't be doing no lying. Oh, she definitely. Yeah, I would have hollered at her. Matter of fact, I done had a few girlfriends look just like that. Yeah. Yeah, shout out to Denise. I ain't gonna say her last name. But yeah, I went to school with girls like that. As a matter of fact, black people practice colorism, and y'all thought the girls like that was cuter than the dark girls. To really be honest to the black community, to really be honest to the black community. You understand? What I want a cookie, you probably can't make no good cookies. They probably stale. You know what I'm saying? I don't even know you. You feel me? I don't even know you. You know what I'm saying? So what you mean? What I want a cookie? You know what I'm saying? On the internet playing, saying stuff you ain't gonna say face to face. We don't really deal with punks like that. You know what I'm saying? What you want? A prop? You know what I'm saying? Get your goofy ass out of here. You watching me. I'm not watching you. Listen, come back tomorrow. You too, Anthony. Get your goofy ass out of here, cheerleader. Why don't you get you some pom-poms, Anthony? Get your ass out of here. You know what I'm saying? Get your ass out of here. Stop watching me if you don't like me. Facts. If you don't like me, stop watching me. And if you got something to say, make that happen when I'm out in the streets. When I go on my book tour, all you haters, come to the book tour with that energy and stop being feminine on my damn, all on my line. I can't even breathe. You like a jock strap all up it, you know. Give me some air to breathe. You know what I'm saying? You know, I don't really like no punks like that. See me when I see a black man on the internet doing all that disrespect typing, I already know you will be. I already know because ain't no G's doing that. Ain't no kings functioning like that, trolling. So I already know you ain't on nothing. But you ain't gonna never see no real gangsters or no hardcore strong men trolling on the internet. Y'all better take them tampons off and do some man shit. Glad you ain't my son. Well, if I seen my son on the internet doing that, we have a long talk. Boy, I know I ain't see you trolling on the internet like a girl, saying stuff from a distance. Well, can't nobody test your glamour. I ain't mad at what they saying. I don't like the black man not being a man on this internet. This internet making too many brothers feminine. You know what I'm saying? On the guys, on phone them grave. You on this internet feminine. You know what I'm saying? On this internet feminine. When you go outside, you ain't saying none to nobody. You only can do it typing from that. Come on, black man. Y'all gotta be more masculine. Ladies, if you got a man and he be at the crib on the internet and you happen to pass and you see him trolling, man, dump that zero and get with a hero. That man ain't gonna be no good father or no good husband. Cause he immature and he's a punk. Cause a real man don't watch somebody he don't like. We only watch stuff we like. You know what I'm saying? Black man, you gotta do better than that, you know? Do better. Do better on this internet. Do better. And this is where in Chicago we had that problem because with the shorties, see, they be shooting each other over that behavior. See what I'm saying? When you be seeing some of these brothers be talking about the hood, and we got to stop the violence in the hood, but then you see them on the internet being disrespectful. They doing the same thing the drill rappers be doing. That's what them brothers just did. They did the same thing here in Chicago while we got so many problems because of Shell Nash and Anthony. That type of energy is causing major problems in this city because then they look for each other, they troll each other back and forth, they get into arguments, and then when they see each other, it go bad. Negative energy from a black male that know he drink toilet water and ain't really standing on nothing like that. Shell, you know you're not gonna say nothing to me, okay? Because in Chicago, Shell is a gas station. On my soul. Shut your ass up and give me 20 on pump two. You know what I'm saying? Give me 20 on pump two. You know what I'm saying? Use a shell of a man. That's what this. You got the right name, because if you're on the internet trolling, trying to be funny and disrespect your brother, you a shell of a man. You know what I'm saying? Saying something to me, your daddy not gonna even say nothing to me. Your daddy not gonna say nothing to me. Y'all little boys stop playing on this internet in front of black people. I'm not upset you saying stuff to me. I'm upset you doing this in front of the community like that, putting out a bad image for black men. We don't troll black men. We don't troll. We don't go on other people's stuff and try to joke on. We don't do that. We don't do that. Listen, young black man, we don't troll. We only watch something to learn something from it. And if we don't like the brother or the sister, we go watch something we like. We don't watch people and dislike them. We don't sit down and turn the TV on and turn to a TV show we hate and complain about the TV show. We turn on something on the TV we want to watch. Stop watching brothers that you don't like. Go watch something you like. That's why the internet now is causing so much violence with the babies. The shorties is going to war over that type of activity. Here in Chicago, they would troll you and find you, and they would look for you for them comments. I'm telling you. Here in Chicago, they'll try to find your Instagram, right? They'll go troll your YouTube. They'll try to find anything, and they'll search you down, and they'll find your Instagram. They'll watch your Instagram, and they will come and see you. This is what our babies is out here doing in Chicago. Internet disrespecting and turning into Corey Holcomb foolishness. Y'all stop with that. You know, have some type of dignity. Move like a king. You know what I'm saying? I've been on the internet many years. I don't really do that. One reason I got off of Facebook, it was too many black men trolling. If you, I be wanting to respond to y'all, but the one reason I don't read my comments on YouTube, because it's just too many black men feminine. I don't be wanting to read that stuff. When I see a black man jumping in my comments just to try to be funny and stuff, that stuff don't really sit well with me. That's like it's real disappointing for the race. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, watching people you don't like is feminine, especially if you got to go say all kind of crazy stuff. But you can watch people you don't necessarily agree with. Like I'll watch Anton, but I'm not gonna get on his thing and say nothing to the brother. I'm gonna just watch what he's saying and be like, "Why you say that? I don't agree with that." But I'm not gonna tell him I don't agree and all of that. I just watch it for my own information just to see what he's saying. But I'm not gonna. I would never disrespect a brother based on his point of view. You know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna see no brother on social media and just disrespect the brother, make comments against another black man on social media just because I'm just not gonna do that. I don't want my name attached to that type of foolish as a grown ass man. Now, maybe if you're in the fourth grade, yeah, we grown. Could you imagine? We grown. So you like, I was laughing at him. That's on you. Don't apologize to me. Get your shit together. Because anytime you laugh, think it's funny when somebody say something that's a million miles away and won't say it to a man's face. So let me ask you something, Anthony. You're a respected man that will say something to you on the internet that won't say it in your face? You That's cute, that's funny. That's not funny where I come from. That's coward shit. Typing insults, Anthony, is for cowards. That's what it is. It's for cowards. Let's take a break. And to the brothers and young people watching me, if you're on social media and you're trolling, right? Right? If you're on social media, if you're over 17 and you're trolling, you need to reevaluate your life because you're not really using your time in any way that's beneficial to you. You're taking your life for granted. You know what I'm saying? Use your time wisely to be beneficial. There's to the young people out there. If you're over 7, if you're under 16, 17, I understand because you're just playing around. But if you're over 17 and you're trolling, you got to reevaluate your life. Because the fact the person don't know who you are don't take away the fact that you're a loser. And at the end of the day, you're going to still have to realize you're a loser. So to this person on Kick, you got to reevaluate your life. Like your life sucks. The fact you got enough time to be on Kick trolling. You need to find something else to do in life. You're not embarrassing me. You're embarrassing your family, your grandparents, and all the people that work for you to be alive and make something out yourself, and you choose to be a Kick troll. Come on, get your life together. You just wasting your time. You ain't wasting my time. Young people, get it together, especially men. I don't know why the men is trolls. The women ain't trolls. The men is trolls. Boy, somebody need to do a study of society today. Why is all the trolls men? And I imagine you're a woman and you marry a man that's a troll. How that's going to be a good husband or a good father? Think about that. All the trolls is males. That's sad, ain't it? It's sad. I couldn't see myself wasting no time doing that. Boy, I ain't got no time. Boy, ain't no way I'm logging in nowhere. I have never got no time for that. Crazy stuff. Crazy. And so, back to what we're talking about, no more Democrats out on field. I feel like the Democratic Party has been taking foundational Black Americans for granted. I really do. And I feel like it's better for us to just let the Republicans win because you got two parties and we got to make some changes. And to me, I feel like we should change the Democratic Party by not supporting them at all. so that at least one party know we got to go out here and work. Because I see the Roland Martins and all them supporting, but Roland and them never got no programs or nothing for us that they want from the Democrats. We living in a time where people think that you got the right to win just based on criticizing the other party. That's not enough. And the Democratic Party been taking the Black American vote for granted for years and years and years and years and years. And I'm not going to go back and say, okay, but from this point on, let's look at it from this point. And from this point, all right, that didn't play it out. The Democratic Party is a wasted vote, especially for foundational Black Americans. We not voting for gay rights because gays don't need no rights. They just could be gay. So what the hell you need rights for? Nobody not supposed to know you gay. Discrimination for everybody. So why you need discrimination just for gays? If I go in a building now, how you know if I'm gay or not? So what, I need gay rights? Don't nobody know I'm gay until I go to bed with a man. How the hell you know I'm gay? In the same way, I got to go to work and I got to leave my hood stuff and actions at home to go to work, to do a job. If you're a gay man, you got to leave all that gay stuff at home and come to do your job. You can't come and do your job and be no over-the-top woman, over-the-top man, over-the-top gay woman, or over-the-top gay man. And a lot of gay men, you're over the top. You're overdoing it with you don't need to do all that. Go to work, do your job, go home and be gay. Why do you think that you got to be all extra gay everywhere you go when being gay is really just your sexual preference, to be honest with you? Because I feel like a lot of gay men do a poor imitation of women. Women do not act like you all, the ones that's over the top. Now, I'm not talking about y'all that's more conservative. I'm talking about the ones that's out there flaming. Women don't act like that, okay? So if you're gonna say you feel like a woman, act like a real woman and stop acting like a make-believe woman. Because you're acting like a make-believe woman. And the Democrats is pushing all that type of stuff. But there ain't no money, ain't no jobs. You pushing gay rights. We can't feed our so what are we gonna eat off of gay rights? That's why I say Obama pissed me off. You get in office, you put a big gay flag over the White House. Bro, what that gonna do to make life better for Americans? A gay flag. Seriously. What's that gonna do? They should have never passed no gay rights to get married. They should have passed rights for unions. That's what they should have did for anybody. They should have passed rights for unions. What do I mean by that? Let's say my mother passed away and it's just my father. And let's say Mr. Smith, rest in peace to both of them, his wife passed away and it's just Mr. Smith and my father and they elderly. They should pass a law where my daddy and Mr. Smith can have their finances mixed between the two of them, right? And could live together and make something happen. Hold on a minute. I got a lot of children. Let me get rid of these children. I got a lot of weirdos that on Kick. Kick got to do something about the weirdos. They got too many weirdos on Kick. So yeah, I had to get rid of this weirdo. He's on Kick and got to get a life. But they should pass a law for unions, which meaning an older single male that ain't got nobody else and another older single male that ain't got nobody else. They can have the same rights as a married couple. So now the gay men could use that same thing. So that way, Mr. Smith and my dad, they can make sure that he can get his insurance, or they can make sure that Mr. Smith gets sick, my dad could go visit him in the hospital. You see what I'm saying? So they should have just passed laws for unions. They didn't have to pass no specific law for gays to get married. They could have passed a law where it's a way for you to go and get a certificate that makes you and the other person responsible for each other. And the gay men could have did that. Same thing. Because marriage is between a man and a woman. Marriage is not between a woman and a woman and a man and a man. Marriage is sacred between a man and a woman. And you can't get married on the Bible, and the Bible is against homosexuality. That don't make no sense. The Bible is against homosexuality. How you gonna get married? And marriage is based off the Bible and that type. Come on, just get a union, a legal union, and now you. Because I agree, if I'm a gay man and my man and I got a gay man that's my mate, I agree. I should be able to. We should be able to be legal and be able to look out for each other. I agree with that. I agree with that. I agree with that. But why not make that for anybody want to do that? Let's say it's an older woman. Let's say my mama. Everybody passed away. Her children passed away. Everybody's my mama. And Mrs. Smith, all her children is gone and busy and can't. It should be a way where my mother and Mrs. Smith can go get a piece of paper, get a legal document to say now they are responsible for each other. They can get a home together. They can put each other on each other's insurance policy. They can go visit each other in the hospital and be considered family. That doesn't have to just be for gays. That should be for a lot of people that have to live by themselves and want somebody else to be responsible for them. That didn't have to be for gays. So I didn't like Barack Obama uh, putting that gay flag over the White House. That's not supposed to be next to the flag, the United States flag, where in the Revolutionary War people fought for that flag to stand up there. Gays ain't fought for nothing. People put their lives on the line for this to be a country. Being gay don't compare to the Revolutionary War. Make it make some sense. Being gay don't compare to fighting against the British. And then people being anti-gay, that should be illegal to be anti any people. If you bullying a regular person, it should be illegal. If you bullying anybody, so why do you need a gay law to leave people alone? I don't understand that. But then gays say they just like everybody else. Well, why you need a special law? Why don't you go under the laws that everybody else go under? Discrimination is discrimination. You don't need no laws against gay discrimination. It should be no discrimination. Why aren't they just covered under the same basic laws as everybody else? Why they need gay stuff? And then why are they pushing homosexuality into school where we shouldn't be pushing no sexuality? We should be getting gay sexuality out of school, and we should be getting heterosexual sexuality out of the school. Our children can't even read up to par. Our children in America don't do their math up to par. What do they need sexuality for? You can't get no job with sexuality. What do they learn about sex for? What job? So how you gonna make a living off of sex? Make it make some sense. How? Make it make some sense. Yeah, but they don't have to justify the lifestyle. Just go live your life. That's not a political issue. It's not a political issue. Taxes is a political issue. Stop taxing us for overtime. Do something constructive. Like stop taxing us for overtime. You work your 40 hours, you get taxed. Any hours you do over your 40 hours, you get to keep all that money, like something constructive. Don't try to, you don't have to justify the lifestyle. People's going to do what they're going to do. So there's no need for the government to justify no lifestyle. That still doesn't make sense to me. You don't need your lifestyle to be justified. Just live your life. If I was gay, I would not need anybody to justify it. I would just be gay, and that would just be my business. I don't need you to justify it. I don't need a special law in the government, because if you do something to me, that should be illegal if you do something to anybody. So you're telling me if somebody punched me because I'm a gay man, they should have certain rules different than if they punch me as a heterosexual man? You still punch me? Make it make some sense. They got to throw all that shit out. Throw that out. It's the same laws for everybody. Gays say they want to be treated like everybody else. Well, why you got gay stuff then? That's not being treated like everybody else. Same set of laws for everybody. They said, well, they got special laws for Black Americans. All we wanted was the same laws everybody else got. That's all we ever wanted. We want the same opportunity everybody else got, the same laws everybody else got. We don't need no special laws for being Black. We should be respected just like everybody else. If you hurt a Black person, you're supposed to get the same amount of time. If you hurt a white person, an Asian person, or any other person, you hurt a person, you did this 15 years. If it's Black, you get 15 years. If they white, you get 15 years. If you unalive somebody and you get life. If you unalive a white person, you get life. You unalive a Black person, you get life. You unalive anybody, a gay person, you get life. Same, just keep it the same. Leave everybody alone, not just gay. Don't bother gay people. Don't bother nobody. What are we doing? And the Democrats don't never have no money. All they want to do is Black stuff, gay stuff, social shit. They don't ever bring no money to the table. The Democrats is always doing social, but we want some money, man. We don't want no social stuff. We don't want to hear that. Get the Democrats the hell out of here. At least the Republicans come with money and stuff. The Democrats always trying to win on social issues, social this and social. Man, we don't want to hear that no more. That has failed. Failed. We had social issues under Biden, and he was old and asleep, and 1 billion Venezuelans ran across the border. Where they let these rich corporations bring all them Venezuelans across the border so they can go down there and take Venezuela and build farms and stuff and take Chiquita Banana and all them down there. They all know that's what it is about. You think it's a coincidence them Venezuelans came up here and now Trump went down there? That was all planned by corporations that pay for the politicians. Trump is not behind that. The people that pay his bills and pay his campaigners behind that. And he got to do what they tell him. Politicians work for whoever pay for their campaign. Campaign contributions make politicians bought and paid for. And that's the problem in the United States. Campaign contributions. Because the dude's like, well, I'll back your campaign, but you got to give me what I want, which don't necessarily benefit the citizens. That's what's really going on. Trump don't run shit. Biden don't run nothing. Obama didn't run nothing. None of them run nothing because whoever paid the money for them to run, that's who run this country. And that's got to change. It's bribery. Everybody knows it. And you can't clean up both parties, so punish one party at a time. And foundational Black Americans and Black people in America, the Democrats been doing us dirty. They've been pandering to us for votes, and we don't get nothing from them. Okay? Let them bums lose every damn election. I wouldn't give a damn. Get the Democrats the hell out of there. I don't really like Trump, but I believe the Republicans are better. Yeah, I believe the Republican Party is better than the Democratic Party by far. The Democratic Party is worthless to me. They're worthless. They think that they just gonna get the minority vote and the women vote. Just, we Democrats, you're supposed to vote for us. No, we not. No, we not. And here in Chicago, they sick of them. Yeah. Here in Chicago, they are sick of the Democrats. And they saying turn Chicago red. Chicago flips red. That's what's going on in Chicago. And I agree. Look at Brandon Johnson. Got in there, ain't doing nothing. Ain't doing nothing. Just selling us out. Just getting voted just because he's a Democrat. And get in there and don't do nothing. Get in there and don't do nothing, okay? And we sick of it. And I support Chicago flips red. I support them 100%. They're 1 billion trillion percent right. Brandon went in there and didn't do nothing. Nothing for the Black people in the city of Chicago. And he wasted a bunch of money on migrants. He should have refused to take care of them. And now he's going up on foundational Black America's property taxes so high, people are going to lose their property. For those that don't know what's going on in Chicago, they're going up on the property taxes so much that people are going to lose their property under a Black mayor, Democrat, that's dumber than a rock and don't know what the hell he's doing. He don't know what he's doing. We want him the hell out of there. And we're going to have to stop supporting the Democratic Party, period. Because they like fake friends. Foundational Black Americans gonna have to support the Republican Party and just take whatever come with it. Don't tell me, oh, we gonna lose. We losing already. What's what we got to lose? We ain't getting nowhere with the Democrats. We ain't getting nowhere with the stupid ass Democratic Party. And they say, well, Pharaoh, why you getting on? Because they done got worse. So if you want to know why I ain't said this before, because they never been as sorry as they are in 2025 and 2026. The Democratic Party has hit an all-time low and been hitting a low ever since they had Sleepy Joe ass in there, okay? Let's just be honest. Let's be honest. The Democratic Party failed totally under Joe Biden. It's done. It's ruined. Gone. Everybody mad at Trump, but this the man responsible for Trump being president. Joe. He was a horrible president. He didn't stand up for nothing. And he ruined the Democratic Party on the national level. Nobody was minding the store. Yeah, he did. Yeah, he ruined the party. He ruined everything. He ruined everything. No good. And I don't see where this country gonna go nowhere with them. I don't see it. They're worthless. Get them the hell out of here. Get them out of here. That's how I'm feeling today. I wasn't feeling like that, until like recently. I just don't like them. I think they're worthless. And in the midterms, I hope they lose every seat. I'm going to be campaigning against them in the midterm because they just taking us for granted. I'm not kidding. They taking us for granted. They think we want to put Crockett in there. She ain't going to do nothing for us. All Crockett is doing is arguing with the Republicans. But what is she doing? Nothing. But in there acting ghetto, what is she accomplishing for the people? Nothing. They running off of, we against the Republicans. That's what they running off of. Tell me I'm lying. All the Democrats is running off of just being against the Republicans. They got no plans to do nothing. Their whole campaign is beat the Republicans. That's it. Tell me I'm lying. No substance. No nothing. To me, they're worthless. I think letting Republicans win everything will shake up the Republican Party and the Democratic Party because the Republican Party will get the message. We're not going to play with them either. We can do them the same way. Each party got to get their spanking. And the spanking now needs to be the Republicans. I mean the Democrats. The Democrats got to get a spanking, to me. And I'll be honest with you, I believe Trump is better for black Americans than the Democrats because Trump is throwing away all the people that's coming in here competing with us. Because our problem was never white Americans, it's immigrants. And immigrants have came to this country and think that they can overlook black Americans and get them the hell out of here, especially the black immigrants. Because it's worse when your own brothers and sisters that your own color do it. Black immigrants have been of no benefit to us and have actually been an enemy, have been taken away from us. They haven't added anything. They've come in to take away. That's a fact. They've caused no problem to white Americans. All their problem has been to foundational black Americans. They have taken nothing away from white Americans, black immigrants. They are in no competition with white Americans. They're in competition with us. When an African brother and sister get a part in a movie, they're competing for our roles. They're playing our characters. They're undermining our actors, doing the job for cheaper. So they don't got to pay our actors top dollar. They can pay an African cheaper than they got to pay a Samuel L. Jackson or a Denzel. They undercutting us. They coming in doing the job for cheaper and hurting black labor. That's what they doing. And not our friend. We can't depend on them. They don't go to our churches. We're not marrying them. They don't deal with us at all. They're worthless. Why should we stand up for them? Get them out here. And the Democrats is bringing them in to undermining us so the Democrats don't have to do what we tell them to do because they can have these tethers vote for them. That's what the Democratic Party doing, trying to bring in minorities because they've been using the foundational black American vote and they don't want to do nothing for us. So they'll help some minorities from other countries that don't know the game, that they can run a game on, that ain't going to ask for nothing. They know we've been here since the foundation of the country, so we want stuff. And they know Africa don't want nothing. Just give them a job, and he going to smile and grin and Uncle Tom his way every day. They not no threat. A Caribbean, they ain't no threat. They just gonna smile and grin and further push us down so we don't become a political threat. They using especially black immigrants as a buffer zone. Here's white American politicians and politics. Here's black immigrants, and here's us. And they're using them to take away our power. That's what they're doing. And if you look at it, Trump's immigration is helping black Americans more than anything. If you look at the situation with ICE, ICE is grabbing Venezuelans and illegals. ICE is not bothering black Americans. As a matter of fact, ICE recently shot 2 white Americans, not no blacks. They probably done something to a couple of blacks, but here in Chicago, they did not attack us. They did not come to our neighborhood. They did not cause us no problems. ICE. ICE has not bothered foundational black Americans at all in the city of Chicago. That is a fact. They made it better for us by getting immigrants out of here that don't like us and that's taking bread off our table. Immigrants are no benefit to foundational black Americans. None. Especially the Africans and the Caribbeans, which is sad to say. I hate to say it because those is still melanated brothers and sisters, but I'm going to just keep it honest. Melanated brothers and sisters from Africa and the Caribbean have been nothing but a detriment to us here. They haven't been no type of help on Nothing. They ain't helped us do nothing. They hindered us. That's a fact. To the point you got all these sisters coming from Africa and then mistreat foundational Black American women in their hair salons. We had to boycott their hair salon because they're going to come here, open all these hair salons, and then mistreat the Black people that they came here to make money because ain't no white people going to come in there. This show you how slow they are, too. How the hell you come all the way from Africa over here to make money off of foundational Black Americans and mistreat them, and that's your bread and butter? Man, get them African hair people out of here. Get them out of here. And let our women open up hair braiding stuff and let us get that money. They don't deserve $1 from us. We don't want to give no Black people no money that don't really mess with us. If you're going to have somebody that don't like you, let them be really a different race, not your own color. That's like I go to school with my brother. Me and my brother leave home and go to school. And my brother treat me worse than another child that ain't my brother. That's Africans and Caribbean people. It's like having your brother treat you worse than people that's not even your relative. That's a fact. It's like going to school with your brother, your twin brother, and he get to school and tease you and bully you in front of the other children, your twin brother. Tax-free. Ain't putting nothing back in the pot, stealing, scamming, like in Minneapolis. Scamming, stealing, and lowering the living conditions of Americans. Turning America into a backwood African country. Defecating all in the street. Totally unprofessional. Not raising no standards to me. I got to be a Kata. I got to be a Yankee. Like the Jamaicans say, I got to be all this. Now they crying because they got just a couple of months they got to get out. The Jamaicans, the Trinidadians, all the Black Caribbeans, all the Black folks in Africa got to get out. Now all of a sudden, what? What you want me to do? I ain't seen you. What do you want us to do? Black Americans, you better not stand up for them Black immigrants. Let them get the hell out. I ain't saying hate them. I'm just saying stop standing up for people, don't stand up for you. We don't got to hate them. But we ain't going to support nobody that don't support us. And that's another thing, too, with Black immigrants. It's always how much we love them. It's never how much they love us. Y'all ain't noticed that? It's always telling us that they are Black brothers and sisters. Never telling them that we they brothers and sisters. Seriously. Seriously. Birthright citizen, get them out of here. You came over here, had a baby, you was born over here, your parents wasn't citizens, bye. Bye. You was born over here, reverse the birthright citizenship and get them out of here. You ain't did me no good. Haitians, get them out of here. How have Haitians benefited us in any kind of way? All right, bye. If you came and you lived on top of melanated people, that's the same color scheme as you, and you didn't add nothing, then you're worthless. That's for every Black immigrant watching me. If you came over here and you didn't add nothing for us, then we're not going to add nothing for you. We're not finna stand up for you. The foreigners hate us from a distance because how you hate us, but braiding our women's hair. See, that's what's phony. If you hate us, why you smiling when I come in your shop? So you ain't even a real hater. You're not even an honest hater. You're not an honest friend or an honest hater. You're phony. Because as soon as I come in your shop, hey, my brother, okay? Okay, bye. So if the Republicans get all of these migrants out of here, things definitely will be better for us. Because it ain't like we losing no help. See what I'm saying? Like if they was helping us and they got them out of here, it would be a loss. So what I want to say to the black immigrants, what you think about the fact that if Trump throw you out, we not missing nothing. That's a disgrace on your part. Think about it. If they throw out black immigrants, we lose nothing. They didn't bring nothing to the table. What you think about that? Think about it. If they throw out black immigrants, we lose nothing. This is how worthless they've been. As a matter of fact, we gain. We could go and open up these Jamaican shops and African shops. It's going to be empty buildings. We can go get them, start businesses. Bye. Mail us the shea butter from Africa. Bye. We'll sell it. We don't need you to sell cocoa butter and shea butter. We'll sell it ourselves. The Chinese is selling it. You see what I'm saying? The Chinese has got cocoa butter and everything in their shops here in Chicago and selling it. That's where I got this coconut butter from some Chinese. Got the shea butter, the cocoa butter, and everything. So what I'm gonna do, we do the same thing. We don't need Africans to sell it. Go back to Africa. And I'm not going to Africa either. I don't want to visit Africa, but it's cool if you want to visit. But I don't want to go to Africa. For what? I'm totally disappointed in Africans. Let's take a break. I had a sister ask me, she said, well, brother, ain't the black Africans, the Caribbeans, ain't they our brothers and sisters? I said, that's not the problem. The problem is they ain't our brothers and sisters. We they brothers and sisters. But they not our brothers. That's the problem. It's one-sided. That's like saying, don't your husband love you? Don't you love your wife? But your wife don't love you. Don't you love your husband? Yeah, I love my husband. Why you leave? Because he don't love me. He don't love me. Let me ask you something, Elijah. I'm 68 years old. A Rasta man had been a Pan-African before you was probably born. Have I had a loving relationship with black immigrants? Yes or no? What you think? As a black Rasta, have the Jamaicans Rasta practiced what they preached? What you think? Yes or no? Were the Jamaican Rastas acting as Ethiopians or as Jamaicans? Because Rastas say they're Ethiopians, Elijah. The Rastas I've been around all these years, were they living by Rastafari principles and considered themselves Ethiopians, or were they Jamaicans? Which one you think they acted like? Did they acted like their philosophy, or was it just still Jamaicans? He's not going to answer the question. You understand? He's not going to answer the question because that's a checkmate. That's a checkmate question. He's asking me make-believe stuff about right wing. I'm asking him my real personal life about black immigrants. See what I'm saying? Which he ain't going to want to answer. Because he's saying this right wing, he can't believe, no, this is my personal experience. I am, as of next month on the 22nd, I will be 68 years old. This ain't got nothing to do with no right wing at all. None. This ain't got nothing to do with no. I'm asking him. I'm going to try to see. I got it's another checkmate. I be checkmating people all day over here. It's a checkmate. Before he answers, it's a checkmate already. Yeah, that's a checkmate. Another checkmate. Chess game over. Checkmate. There I go right there with Joseph Hill and culture. Rest in peace to Joseph Hill. I've been implanted into the Rasta community for a long time. And the Rasta man from the Caribbean did not practice what he preached. He was not an African. He was not an Ethiopian. He was not an Ethiopian. He stayed a Yardman, a Jamaican. He just talked African. But he carried himself always as a Jamaican, never as an African. Look, no response. You see? No response. Trying to ask me some real stuff with a fake picture. How you gonna ask me something real with a fake picture? Never listen to nothing I've been saying. Ain't nothing I said come from the Republican Party. Everything I said come from my real life. And Elijah's a liar because Elijah knows that black immigrants don't respect and deal with foundational black Americans. Elijah knows that. Everybody knows it. He can't make up no fake alliance. If he lives in America, he knows that black Americans have no relationship with black immigrants. Elijah knows that already. Elijah can't show you any unity. He knows that. We didn't know that they came over here already ready to delineate from us. We opened our arms to welcome them, only to be called a kata and other foul things. You're 100% correct. The prince of paraphernalia. There's brothers in the ganja business. Ain't no Africans helping us. They don't bring us no seeds. They don't bring us nothing to further the ganja business. They're not in any type of business with us. They're not at any of our church. They're not parishioners at any of our churches. They don't really deal with us at our schools. The females as nurses are some of the worst nurses in America when it comes to dealing with foundational black Americans. Africans have been the worst brothers and sisters that you could have. There's nothing brotherly or sisterly about their existence in this country. And Elijah knows that. Elijah knows there's no allegiance between. He's just playing over here. This guy's a fraud. Yeah, Elijah's a fraud. He knows what I'm saying already. He just don't like it. He's a fraud. He knows there's no allegiance between black Americans and black immigrants. He knows it. Okay? This is fraudulent behavior. That's why he asked me about right wing. He won't address black immigrants. He's trying to run a mental trick. He's trying to say that the Republicans told me that Africans and Caribbeans don't deal with me. He don't want to deal with the fact that that's the reality of my life. It is checkmate on him. Yeah, it's checkmate. That was ridiculous to say to me. He should have asked me what type of life have I had around black immigrants before he said that ridiculous statement. Another one that make themselves look unintelligent and not on my level. They come and get another spanking. They just come over here and get spanked. You know what I'm saying? Player with Big Pharaoh gets spanked. There's no relationship between foundational black Americans and no black people in this hemisphere. And Elijah knows that and has no evidence of no strong relationship. Elijah has no evidence of no relationship with them. Everybody knows it. You don't see there's no relationship there. There's no marriages there. There's no churches there. There's nothing there. Everybody knows that. He talk about the right wings, right? Check this out. The right wing knows it. He don't think that Republican white Americans know that black immigrants don't deal with us. They know. Everybody knows. He's acting like the right wing don't know that them other black people don't deal with black Americans. Everybody knows because black immigrants did it in front of everybody and disgraced themselves. They got in front of Asians and Hispanics and whites and disrespected their own brothers and sisters. Didn't show no unity. Listen, you seen what happened when people was punching a couple of Asians? Did they say stop Chinese hate? Did they say stop Filipino hate? Did they say stop Japanese hate? No, they said stop what? Asian hate. Show me a black movement in America for all black people. Checkmate again. When it got to the point where people was mistreating any Asian, they didn't separate as Japanese, Chinese, and stuff like that. They came and said, stop Asian hate. Don't touch no Asians. Show me where black immigrants have been a part of anything like that. Anytime something happened to us, we on our own. As a matter of fact, when something happened to foundational black Americans, the only people that a lot come out is white Americans. White Americans come out more than Hispanics, Mexicans, Africans, all of them. When we get in trouble, decent white Americans come out and support us every time. Every time. George Floyd, white Americans came out. any type of shooting and problems in Chicago, white Americans come out and support us. More white Americans support us than black immigrants, by far. Yeah, the foreigners made sure that whites knew, I'm not a black American. No, I'm not a black American. I'm not a black American. Not knowing that the white folks looking at them like, oh, you's a sucker. Because, see, they didn't know white people don't like that. Because you can't come over here from Ireland and say, I'm not a white American. You can't come over here from England and say, I'm not the white. They can't do that. You white over here. So, see, the black foreigners is doing something that white people never gonna do. You're not, look, Trump bought all them South Africans over here, right? You never gonna see them South Africans say they not white Americans. They ain't gonna say that out loud. They're not gonna say that. And guess what? They're gonna act just like white Americans. They're gonna blend in with white Americans. They're gonna marry white Americans, and they're gonna work with white Americans. Believe that. The South Africans. Believe that. They're going to mix right in, just like the Irish, the Polish, the Italians. They all white. The black immigrants, the black foundational black Americans, all that. We not all black. We black. We foundational black Americans. They Jamaicans. They Ghanaians. They don't even identify as black. They identify as Kenyans. They Nigerians. They're not black. But whites come over here, they're going to be white. That's why white people go further, because when they come, they be white. All of them. And they bond as white people. And then when they get citizens, they become white Americans. The whites that came here from Africa, they're going to become white Americans. They're going to be white Americans, just like an Italian is a white American. They're going to be white Americans, because American is your citizenship. And when they get their citizenship, they're going to be white Americans. They're not going to be South Africans. They'll still deal with their culture, but their culture always comes second. It's white, then Italian. It's white, then Irish. It's white, then Greek. With us, it's African. I ain't black. It's Jamaican. You a Yankee. Because it was Rastas calling other black American Rastas calling us Yankees. Brothers with dreads on their head. Talking about Africa for the Africans, call us Yankees. Ask a black American Rasta. If he ain't no sucker, he gonna tell the truth. That's why a lot of black American men cut their locks or got out of that. Some of them became like Hebrews and stuff. Black Americans, when they got around the Jamaican Rastas and seen they was phony, that's why the Rastafari movement died in the U.S. You ever ask yourself why the Rastafari movement that was so big in the early and mid 80s, how did it die? Because they were saying we are Africans, but they didn't practice what they preach. And the black women didn't like them because they always chased white women more than black women. The sister used to ask me, excuse me, brother, can I ask you something? Why when I go to the reggae show, all the Rastas is with white girls? I said, sister, what can I tell you? Because the Jamaican Rastas is known for chasing European women. That is their reputation in the black community. These are facts. The queen that I used to go see in Florida, I met her on Clark Street at the Wild Hair at a reggae show. I was standing outside, getting ready to leave. Her and another sister came out. She walked up to me and said, brother, can I ask you a question? I said, yeah, queen. She said, Why is all the rosters with white women? I said, sister, it's not like that, da da da. I started hollering at her, got her number. We became real close. And I went to Florida to visit her and lost contact with her when I got arrested and went to the county jail for 4 months. That's how I met her. And at least 5 times, black females have asked me that. In LA, between LA and Chicago, that's happened to me at least 5 times. Because when I'm outside the club and the black American women come out, they feel uncomfortable. But if I'm talking, they notice, oh, I don't have an accent because now I talk like this and thing. You see how I said? You know, see. So since now I talk like this and thing. And now I chop like this, we don't talk like this man. Because I talk like that, the black American women that's disenchanted, they see me talking, they're like, oh, let me go ask this brother. Because they know what? He one of us. He FBA. That's before we call ourselves FBA. At the reggae club, black American women would identify me as FBA and come ask me questions because they was not comfortable with the Jamaicans. And they would always ask me, why the Jamaican rosters don't have black wives when they always sing about Africa and all this black stuff. And I used to tell them, because they phony, they dreadies. I mean, these ain't rosters, these dreadies. A dready is somebody just grow dreads and pretend to be is a bootleg roster. These ain't rosters. These ain't Rastafarians. These is impostafarians. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, these impostafarians. They be at home, we be saying, Ja, Rastafari. They be at home saying, nah, impostafari. Nah, impostafari. Nah, impostafari. That's what they be at home saying. And me, I be on some cool, you tripping, but you in LA. Yeah, you tripping, but you in Chicago. Watch yourself. Boy, you not in Jamaica. Do you know where you at, brethren? So that's what I was always standing on. Because when I leave the reggae club, I'm on the block in the hood with the guys. So that's always what dominated. You in the hood, you in my turf, bruh. You not the big Rasta in Chicago. No. Now I got brethren here, I got love and stuff for, and I would protect them. I wouldn't let if they got into a beef with a certain gang, I would try to intervene and find out who called it over there and tell them, hey man, leave the brethren alone. They don't, you know what I'm saying? I would do that. Because I got certain brethren that's like Zadi Wadada I and his son. They like family to me. So if they got into it with some Black Songs or some Viceroys or some GDs, something that they would lose, they can't win that battle, I would try to, go holler at whatever gang it is, find somebody high ranking in that gang and try to, squash it. But that's why reggae's dead in the U.S. Kamala used to call black Americans Yankees at college. I don't think you got no proof of that. Yeah, I gotta delete that. I never heard that. Because Kamala never identified Jamaican as much as she identified Indian, and Indians, people from India don't call us Yankees. So I can't verify that. You have to verify that. Where'd you see that at? Where can I go read that at? Because Urban Tom, you gotta verify that. Where can I read proof of that statement? There's a video with somebody saying that or something? Because she really didn't identify with her daddy as much as she identified with her mama. So she identified as Indian first, then Jamaican. Judge Joe Brown. Judge Joe Brown just be making shit up. I don't be listening to Judge Joe Brown. He just say anything. Judge Joe Brown, I don't really listen to everything dude say. Because Judge Joe Brown be the first one. I just don't trust dude. He just be saying a bunch of stuff that. He's saying a bunch of stuff that I can't verify. Because typically regular Jamaicans wasn't even around black Americans enough to call them Yankees. That was something only at the reggae scene. So, and Judge Joe Brown, a lot of times I listen to him, but it just be too much far fetched stories. I don't trust him. He'll say anything. Because I can't see what Judge Joe Brown was any type of way to be in anywhere around her. They ages don't match. And so when would he be around her? Sounds like bullshit. So yeah, I can't verify that urban talk. Judge Joe Brown be just saying all type of shit. I see he could say that because ain't nobody was gonna question him. Now me, I would have questioned him, where this happened at, and what type of situation would you be at where they would say stuff like that? Because regular Jamaicans didn't really. That was only done on the reggae scene. That wasn't done nowhere else. Nowhere else was that done because there was nowhere where Jamaicans had close proximity to Black Americans to call them anything other than at the reggae scene. And Judge Joe, he ain't no Rasta. And I lived in California. There, I can't see no environment where regular Black Americans or regular Jamaicans would be around each other. Sound like bullshit. Black Americans and Jamaicans was never around each other, only on the reggae scene. And Joe Brown is way older than her, so I don't know. Urban talk. All I'm saying is I don't know. That sounds like he's a hater, so he'll say anything too. But as somebody in the reggae culture and around Black Americans and Jamaicans, I can't see Black Americans being in no tight, close situation with Jamaicans to call them that, other than on the reggae scene. And Jamaicans wasn't notorious with the Yankee thing. That's another thing. Jamaicans wasn't throwing around uh uh yeah, Judge Joe Brown be lying a lot. But Jamaicans never threw around Yankee as much as Nigerians throw around Akata. It wasn't frequent for Jamaicans. For the most part, Jamaicans got along with foundational Black Americans, and you had to be in the scene to catch. You'd have to be in the scene to catch a Jamaican say this or that. Black American attorney talk each other, the black fraternity sororities. I can't see nobody in no type of law using the word Yankee. Judge Joe Brown is not credible because he don't like Harris. And anytime you don't like nobody, then your word is no good. Yeah, he was friends with the mayor of San Francisco, Willie Brown, who Kamala supposedly was sleeping with. But Mo, from being in the culture, Jamaicans didn't just throw around the word Yankee. So if you was around 50 Jamaicans, it's only going to be maybe one or two that might throw the word out Yankee. Overall, with black immigrants, the Jamaicans was a little more. I would say out of black immigrants, Jamaicans was our closest friends. They had some flaws, but Jamaicans was the coolest out of all of them. So I can't see a situation. I can't see no situation where she would do that. It sounds like bullshit because the only people that used it was males too. Females didn't talk like female Jamaicans didn't talk like that. Judge Brown is a liar. Only the males would say that sometimes. I've never seen a female get involved with the culture wars like that. Judge Joe Brown's lying. I've never seen a female Jamaican use the word Yankee. Never. Only a few males. So I never seen that before. It always came from a masculine people that said that. You ever seen women say that, Mo? Because that can give me some insight. If you've seen it, I believe it. I ain't never seen women say that. You Mo? Because if you say yeah, I'm gonna honor that. I ain't never seen the Jamaican women come off like that. I ain't never seen it. Typically, black American men, we didn't really get a chance to really be close enough around Jamaican women to hear nothing like that. We was mostly around the men. Like you go to a thing and the Jamaican women is standing with a bunch of Jamaican men. She not really gonna be in a close proximity to black American men like that. But I don't remember Jamaican women acting like that. What you think, Mo? Was the women doing that? Because that'd be something new to me. It was mostly a couple of dudes and really just a small group compared to a bunch of Jamaicans. A small group of men. So, like on all the rosters in California, the roster men in LA, it's only going to be about three or four that would even say that. It wasn't really common with them, like Nigerians and Akata. I mean, I got to be honest. It wasn't. Jamaicans wasn't just full of hate like that, but they had a couple that. Yeah, they call you blocker and rude boy, Don Dada and stuff like that. I ain't really, you know what I'm saying? I ain't really seen. Like overall, I'm gonna say Jamaicans are cool. When I say the ones call us Yankee, that's very minute in their population. So if somebody said out of all the black immigrants and you had to pick one group, I would pick the Jamaicans. They the coolest. The Africans are the worst. The Trinidadians are cool. The Trinidadians don't use Yankee at all. The thing about the Trinidadians, though, is not a lot of them, so you're not going to be able to get around them. The Trinis. The Virgin Islanders didn't use Yankee either. I never heard no VI people call us Yankee. That's strictly hater males from Jamaica, which is few. Because I ain't going to want to misrepresent Jamaica. They call you brethren, but a lot of times they call all, if they roster, they call everybody, yes, my brother. So even if they don't know you, they say, yeah, my brother, yes, my sister. If they rosters. And infiltrated the movement. So yeah, the Yardies locks up their head and infiltrated the movement. The rude boy in them, but the rude boy wasn't big on chatting like that. They was kind of quiet. So I ain't never seen no rude boy like Yankee boy. No, I never really seen that like that. It's just the whole time I was in LA, I've only heard Yankee maybe 2 or 3 times. And that's a lot of years. It was something very seldom said. And I never really picked up hate from Jamaicans. From Jamaicans, I always got the fact they was just entwined in Jamaican culture. I never got the fact that they was like here in Chicago, you know, the Jamaicans, they come to the black beach where all the black folks is at. You know what I'm saying? Now they stay separate, but they come to our beach. That's a fact. They stand in their group with their own kind, but they like being around black Americans. I ain't gonna lie on the Jamaicans. The Jamaicans like being around black Americans. Even though they'll stand off to themselves, they like to be wherever we at. In Chicago, we had like 2 groups. So we had the North Side group, you know, and we had the South Side group. But they wasn't real egregious. That's why you don't see me going at them like the Africans. The Jamaicans is kind of cool. I ain't gonna lie. The Jamaicans is kind of cool. Now nowadays, I heard they've been saying stuff like when the hurricane came, I heard they've been beefing with Black Americans. Uh, Nowadays, so nowadays it might be that now because I heard they was talking greasy. That younger generation was talking real greasy during the hurricane that they was beefing with black Americans. So now, yeah, they might be some haters. Yeah, now I do believe they got a whole bunch of haters. Now, so let me clarify that. It depends on what era. So the era I'm talking about, no. But this era, from what I understand, they are some haters now because they got no roster culture or nothing. So I would definitely say, yeah, now, yeah. I would say now, yeah, they definitely own that for sure. So I got to distinguish that. In one era, no, not so much. Today, I'm sure there's some haters. Yeah, I'm sure there's some haters today based on what I heard. It was a bunch of problems during the hurricane where they was going back and forth with Black America. So yeah, I would say yeah, today for sure. Yeah, today for sure. So let me clarify all of that. Today for sure, because it's a whole different group. It's a whole different group today. You would get called a kata by older Nigerian aunties at parties. Wow. Wow. Dance hall era is when I really noticed the rivalry. But you in England, right? You in England, so yeah, they was tripping with the black Brits, right, Elijah? You talking about them tripping with the black Brits because yeah, in Europe, let me make sure I'm right. But in Europe, yeah, in Europe, there is a bunch of confusion. There's a strain between the black Brits, the Jamaican immigrant Brits, and the African immigrants. It's three groups in Britain. Am I correct, Elijah? And this confusion because I was talking to a sister in Britain, and she was a Jamaican immigrant in in Britain. And so I asked her what was the relationship with them and the Africans. She said, no, we don't get along. I said, what? She said, no. The Africans got a group and the black Caribbeans got a group and the black Britons got a group. I said, are you serious? She said, no. And they do not get along. I said, I couldn't believe it, Elijah. I said, are you serious? She said, no, bro. So I was like, well, it seemed like the music would be similar and stuff. She said, those is three different groups. I said, damn. Yeah, I talked to a sister that live over there, and she said it's three groups, Pharaoh. It's the black British that really like are British. Then she say it's the Caribbean British, and then it's the African British. I said, what? She said, I said, so that must, oh, I said, that must be nice. She said, not really. We don't, because I was like, damn, those parties and stuff must be nice. She said, not really. We don't, it's separate. I said, damn. Elijah, that tripped me out. She said, separate. I said, what? She said, no, it's separate. Because it was Job Bunny told me, he said, he went to the hospital. He said, the African nurse, he said, really wanted him unalive. And he said, Pharaoh, don't never get no African nurse. I said, are you serious? He said, because he's from Jamaica. He a Jamaican. I couldn't believe that the African nurse would mistreat the Jamaican. This stuff don't make no sense, Elijah. I can't see myself being an African nurse, male nurse, mistreating a Jamaican. Or I can't. The Jamaicans ain't delineated amongst themselves. The Jamaicans are delineated from Africans and Black British. Because some of the Black British are Jamaican descendants, but they're not really Jamaicans no more. They're a lot like foundational Black Americans because they was sent for in the 50s, right? So if your mama or granny came over in the 50s and then you was born in England, you're not really going to be a Jamaican, right? Because you born in England. See, because they had a big migration in the 50s of a bunch of Jamaicans going to England. But those Jamaicans is born there, so they don't know nothing about Jamaica. They just British. So now imagine I'm born in England, so I'm British. I'm Black British. My mom and them came from Jamaica. They still Jamaican descendants with a dialect. But the difference I'm trying to tell them, Elijah, is that if I'm born there, I'm a Jamaican descendant with a dialect, like some of us might be African. But then when the Jamaicans that as immigrants are different than me. So now when Jamaicans come there, they not the same as the children of that was born there from Jamaicans. Y'all see what I'm trying to say? They not really the same. Because the Jamaicans that was born there, they don't live in Jamaica. They only lived in England. That's all they know. But the Jamaican that come there lived in Jamaica. So they're not really the same. They got the same lineage, but they don't got the same life experience. Because this one, his grandmama from Jamaica, but dude not really from Jamaica. He got a Jamaican lineage, but he British. He not from Jamaica. His grandparents and great-grandparents is from Jamaica. Am I saying that right, Elijah? It's a difference. It's like what Black Americans come to. Some Black Americans know our ancestors came from Africa, but it was so long ago, we not really African socially, we Black Americans. But we might have the DNA, so it's kind of like that closer. England is a closer example to that, where Black British was born there, so they never lived in Jamaica. They've only lived there. You come here, but you lived in Jamaica, and we ain't really the same. Am I saying that right? Yeah, we not really the same. I'm born here. Yeah, I got Jamaican lineage, but I'm just Jamaican lineage. I'm a black Briton. I just got Jamaican bloodlines, but I'm not a Jamaican citizen. I'm a British citizen. You a Jamaican citizen. So they not really, really alike. And the way some people is the immigrants will hate on the black Britons that was born there. This is what black people got a problem. Am I right with that too, Elijah? They hate on y'all, even though it's the same bloodline, but the fact y'all is black British, they funny acting. Am I correct on that? I bet you they funny acting, ain't they? Because the blacks that are born there are a lot like black Americans. They're more like black Americans than they are like Jamaicans born in Jamaica. Like Elijah is more like me than a Jamaican that come there. Because Elijah is a black Briton. He's got Jamaican bloodline, but he's a hybrid. He's a black British. He's black British. If they born there, they don't talk like Jamaicans, do y'all? They don't talk like Jamaicans from Jamaica. They talk like British. Don't they? Don't they, Elijah? Now, if my boy go back and try a lot, he said the black British is cool as hell. That's what he told me. He said the Jamaicans over there still on the bullshit. He said the Africans are stuck up, but he said the black British is cool. That's what a brother told me that go over there all the time. He said the black British is cool as hell. Right, because they tell me the black British is cool as hell. That's what that brother told me. Because the black British is British. They not what they are. They European. They black Europeans. Basically. Not as far as bloodline, but as far as growing up in heritage. That's what a brethren told me. I think the brother was a Trinidadian. He told me that the black British is cool as hell over there. That's what he told me. I met a couple of black British, but I didn't get to talk to them a lot. Hey, Elijah, but their accent was tripping me out. I said, hell no. Black people, deep. Hey, Elijah, the black British accent was tripping me out the first time I met a black British. I was like, damn. It tripped me out. I said, wow. Hey, Elijah, it tripped me out. I was like, wow. It tripped me out, bro. I ain't gonna lie. I was like, wow. It's a Brit. They British. On one soul, they British. Black British definitely can compare themselves to black Americans, for sure. If you ever met some, they're like black Americans in England. Heck yeah, it's tripped out. But they was cool though. It was some dude, it was two dudes and their girlfriends. They was cool as hell though. Yeah, they was cool. Yeah, they was cool. They was cool now. I ain't gonna lie. They was cool. They was some of the coolest black people I ever met from somewhere else. I ain't gonna lie. I was just tripping on their accent. I was young. I was probably in my 20s. Yeah, I bet you can relate. I was like in my 20s something. I was tripping on their accent. I said, damn, where y'all from? They're like, we from England. I said, dang. They was cool though. They was cool. They a whole different black people. They don't even know, do they, Elijah? The Black Britons is different. They a group. They like they own specific type of blacks. They are a lot like Americans, but more on the British side. The British got a way they do stuff, and Americans got a way. But they probably the closest to us though. But I know they cool as hell. They kind of like Black Americans. They kind of just regular people. They not. They don't lay on that on no Pacific place. Just I'm from England. They was cool as hell though. I swear, because that's why I wanted to go. I wanted to go so bad. I wanted to go to England so bad. I got to get to England because I always listen to Oswald and all them. So when I met them Black Britons, man, they was cool as hell. I wanted to go bad. I said, man, I got to get over there because they was telling me I could come and get beaver hats made and all type of stuff because they wasn't rosters, but they knew everything, and they was like, oh, you'll love it. They was telling me about this beer. They said, we got this beer over there. You're going to love it. Yeah, they was cool. They cool as hell. I ain't going to lie. The Black British is cool as hell. I ain't going to lie. They cool. Yeah, they real cool. The Black British is cool. And the Black Brazilians is cool as hell too. They just it's just real gangster down there. But they cool. But they kept telling me how dangerous it was. So I didn't want to go. They was like, it's dangerous where we live at. I said, are you serious? They showed me some pictures of like the way the buildings is made. I had never seen nothing like that before. Man, Brazil is dangerous. But the Black Brazilians are real cool. The Belizeans are real cool. The Belizeans are real cool. And the Trinidadians are cool, kind of. Some of them is, some of them funny acting. The Jamaicans are pretty cool, though. They used to be. I think they changed over the years. Now they ain't got no roster culture. But I don't think, like, I got opinions about different blacks, but I don't believe in beefing with them. But the only ones I'm disappointed with is the African ones. I'm totally. It ain't that I don't like them. I don't like them, but it's because they from Africa. You know what I'm saying? And they supposed to be the big homie. So that's why I don't really like the Africans. Not like personally, but they like a letdown. Cause I'm kind of feeling like if you from Africa, you supposed to be holding all black people down. And the fact y'all some haters is messed up. It's two reasons I don't like African, because you gonna hate on us and then you hate on each other in Africa. It really don't make, because the Africans do not get along at all. They don't like nobody, even other Africans. What the hell wrong with them? The Africans is the worst. They don't like Africans. They don't even like Africans in their same country. I remember I was at an Ethiopian restaurant and they was telling me about it was like a war and stuff there, right? And he was telling me where I'm from is this and that and that and that. And so I said, with him too? And he said, no, he's Tigrean. But the way he said it, I said, what the hell that meant? He didn't like, he didn't like, he didn't like the other Ethiopian. The way he said it. Yeah, all black folks is that, is the N-word. Hey, Elijah, they just don't know that. That's why they beefing, they dumb as hell, ain't they, Elijah? Because at the end of the day, if you got brown skin, and you could be a Samoan, you could be from, man, Papua New Guinea, boy, you the N-word, period. They don't even know, do they, bro? That's why it's so frustrating. That's why I'm really pissed at the Africans. I don't like the Africans. Not because I personally don't like them. They should be ashamed of their damn self. They supposed to be at the forefront of uniting everybody. How the hell you know it's like a big letdown, bro. You from Africa, you from the motherland, all right? It's like, no, Pharaoh, I am a hater. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? So you don't like the other Africans? He said because our culture and poor behavior. What poor behavior? Craig, black Americans ain't got no poor behavior. It depends on which black Americans you meet. What they mean poor behavior? See, Craig, that's their problem. All the black Americans work downtown Chicago. You believe they got poor behavior? That's like me going to Kenya in the capital and then going to one of the ghetto cities and then say they represent Kenyans in the ghetto part of Kenya. That's what blacks do over here. Because in Jamaica, you got the uppity part and then you got the trenches. And everybody know they don't act the same. So why would blacks come over here and categorize the blacks in the trenches and overlook all the black congressmen and senators? So you say, because of our poor culture and we Congress, you and senators, so you mean like Michelle Obama got, you see what I'm saying? What you mean? But I live in Chicago. So Chicago is is sophisticated. See, in Chicago is huge. 72 communities. So the ones that's gangs and stuff, out of them 72 communities, they ain't in nothing but like 10 or 15. So now the black communities where people got nice homes, they never, like Chatham and that, they never mentioned in them. Maple Park, Chatham, all these nice areas, they'll bring up O Block, like O Block blacks is Black America. And O Block is one little ass place. You know what I'm saying? This is how they do Chicago. They try to act like O Block is Chicago. That's what they do. They try to act like the gardens in Chicago. And look at Chicago. Look at look. All of them is whole different areas. 77 communities, or 78. They'll pick number 57 and say they represent Chicago, the people that live in area 57. That's what they do in a big ass city like this, with all these black nice neighborhoods we got, and big ass houses, and black folks living in baby mansions and stuff. Right, because they don't know that Chicago ain't in no war. O Block is in the war. O Block's not Chicago. O Block is O Block. So they don't understand, Craig, that if somebody gets shot in Chicago, we don't know it. Nobody knows. That's how big this is. If you went to the north side of Chicago at the top of this map and you drove towards the one, and you drove all the way down to the bottom, and then you went around and you came up 54, 53 or on the other side, it'd take you almost 2 hours. You can get to Milwaukee quicker than you could drive around Chicago. You can leave Chicago and get to Milwaukee in 50 minutes to an hour, and you cannot drive around Chicago in no damn hour. So if you live somewhere, if you live in number 12, you don't know what the hell going on in number 51. It's like a whole nother state. So people understand. So when they talk about how many people got killed, they never do the math and divide it by how many people's here. So they never deal with per capita. But if you deal with Chicago per capita, that's why Chicago's never in the top murder. Because our murder is low per capita. So how could you be somewhere with 2 million, if 2 million people live there and 20 people got shot? That ain't nothing. That's not a lot of people if you got 2 million people. Facts. That's just a few people, really. Because you can divide this up into 3 cities. And so if 15 people got shot, that means 5 people per city. Basically, hey, would you tell them it's up in Indianapolis? It's up in St. Louis. Indianapolis and St. Louis is up in both of them. Way worse than Chicago. Go to Naptown and see. Because there ain't that many people. So if 3 people get shot, that's a lot of people in a smaller place. Boy, it ain't no joke in Naptown or Gary. Is it Alexis? Hey, Alexis. They talk about Chicago. Stay your ass. Hey, Alexis, stay your ass out of Gary. Don't worry about Chicago. Stay your ass out of Gary. That's why y'all be watching me. You don't be hearing no ambulances, right? All right, then. How many people getting shot? And I'm always laughing. You never hear ambulances. It's per capita. When you go per capita, places like St. Louis, Indianapolis, Baltimore gonna come up. Chicago way down the list. Even further down now, because we didn't have that many murders this past year. They broke a record this year with the lowest murders in fucking decades. That's why I've had people from social media come visit me, and when they come visit me, it's up. Hey, would y'all tell them which y'all tell them it's up in Little Rock, Mississippi, and Birmingham, Alabama, which y'all tell them how dangerous it is in Birmingham, Alabama? Will somebody tell them, go play in Birmingham? Rest in peace to my aunt. Last time she went there to visit the relatives, I said, how was it? She said, ooh, Michael. Who is dangerous down there now? If you go down there, be careful. It ain't like it was when you was little. I said, are you kidding? She said, no, they shooting everybody in Birmingham. And the Mexicans is down there, got a big old projects. I said, are you crazy? I don't know what's going on in Jacksonville, Florida, but I know Birmingham is crazy. Hey, Alexis, in Chicago, we was always tripping on Gary when I was growing up. Everybody knew, man, go play in Gary if you want to. Chicago people, we took Gary, who used to be super dangerous. Man, Gary was dangerous as hell in the 80s, in the 90s. Gary, come on, man. Birmingham is just Gary is just horrible. Gary used to really be nice, but when them steel mills closed and all them people lost all their jobs, there wasn't no more jobs. America took a crash when the steel mills closed. Here in Chicago, when the steel mills over there on Vincennes, on Ashland, Vincennes, when that closed, that was a lot of jobs. When all of car factories, Ford and them shut down, because you got to understand, when Ford shut down, right? Let me teach the young people. When Ford shut down, so like when we used to go to Birmingham to pick up my grandmother, when you drive up there, we always know we get close because it was the big Uniroyal tire. So a lot of black people don't know when an auto plant closed. The auto plant is putting the cars together, but the auto plant is buying parts from this company, that company. That company's making the brakes. The auto plant just put the stuff together. They're not making all them parts. So there's hundreds of businesses attached to the auto plant. So when the auto plant closed, the people that make the seats go out of business. Goodyear go out of business. Uniroyal go out of business. Firestone go out of business. The people that make the engine go out of business. The people that make the radios go out of business. Dozens of companies go out of business. How many jobs is that? Dozens of companies go out of business when one car factory closes. And that's what destroyed Detroit. Anybody live up that way? Do they still got the big Uniroyal tire on the highway? They probably took it down, huh? They should have left it up there. Me and my sister get excited because we know we almost to Granny house when we see the Uniroyal tire. And listen, when we used to go to Detroit, my mother's uncles, my grandmother's brothers, they almost all worked for Ford. And me and my sister used to count the cars. And 7 to 8 out of 10 cars would be Fords. And they was making a lot of money and they got their cars cheap. So if you work for Ford, you got a big discount on a Ford car. And I mean, they lived upper middle class. When Michael was growing up, Gary was tore up. when Michael was the Jackson fan, when Michael was growing up, Gary was still all right a little bit because the steel mill was still open. But by the time Michael got to, solo Michael Jackson and Jermaine went solo, Gary had failed. So when he was talking about, I'm going back to Indiana. No, you're not. Cleveland, Pittsburgh, yeah. Crash, boom. Here in Chicago, the steel mill closed right there by Percy L. Julian. All that was a steel mill right behind Percy L. Julian. Street Media TV. Y'all go follow my brother on Street Media TV so you can keep up what's going on. He going to keep you informed on anything going on out here. That's where you're going to get the info. Shreveport closed GM plant. Yeah, everybody took a beating when the factories closed. See, when I grew up in Chicago, I graduated on a Saturday. On Sunday, my mom would say, Niecy coming to pick you up, you finna work with her. That's a difference in parenting too. Did you hear what I just told you? I graduated on a Saturday. Sunday, my mama told me my aunt coming to get me to take me to work. None of this new parenting. Boy, you need to get a job. Boy, you need to do something with yourself. No. I graduated on Saturday, and my mama say, her sister coming to pick me up Monday to take me to work. I'm going to work with my auntie. It wasn't, do you want to work with your auntie? No. It was like, you going to work Monday. I graduated Saturday. I had a job Monday. And when my mother say, Niecy going to pick you up and take you down there, you're going to work with Niecy, I was happy. I wasn't like these new loser kids y'all raising. I was excited. I'm finna get me some money. So I worked for W.F. Hall Printing Company, printing paperback books. And you work there, right? You work there, and that next year on your anniversary, you automatically get a raise. And every year your salary go up. So the OGs that was working there had big houses, 2 cars, and everything. Because you lived like kings and queens back in the 60s and the 70s. My mother and father worked. They both made about $3,000 a month. The mortgage was $250. A brand new Cadillac was about $6,000. Now let that sink in. My mom and daddy made $6,000 a month. Their mortgage is $250. What y'all think about that? My daddy paying a car note on the Cadillac, but the Cadillac probably cost $7,000 to $8,000. They could have bought the Cadillac cash in 3 or 4 months. The phone bill, like $6. Because my daddy would come on sometime and be like, on that phone with them girls, you're on that phone, get off that phone, boy. My phone bill was $9. Because it used to be 6. I let that sink in. I get out of high school, I got a job. Me and my girlfriend, we straight out of high school. She younger than me. I'm 18, she about 17. Now I'm 19, she like 17. We got a 2-bedroom apartment, $250 a month. Nice apartment. Her grandmother owned the building. Her granddaddy left the building. 2-bedroom apartment, $250. And there was factories everywhere. Money everywhere, just money everywhere. And they had a personnel office. So you just go to the factory and go in there and go to personnel office. So you got some jobs, say, yeah, fill this out. Can you start tonight? Wow. Yeah, they ask you, can you start tonight? None of that online. No, you go to a factory, Wonder Bread factory. You say, where's the personnel office? You go in the personnel office. You got jobs? Yeah. What shift you want to work? 3 shifts. We open 24. Okay, I work this shift. We got opening on the third shift. We got open on the second shift. Okay. When can you start? Today or could you start tomorrow? Yes. You got a job. No online. Like my daughter. Now, when my daughter grew up, she graduated out of high school. We want to get her a job. But one night I went to Jewel's store to buy some food, and I noticed they didn't have no employees in there to help. So I asked the lady, the manager, I said, well, where is everybody? She said, man, a lot of people quitting stuff. We ain't got no employees. So I said, my daughter will come work. Can my daughter come work in here? You know what she told me? Yeah. Tell her to go on the internet and apply. My daughter went on the internet and applied. The internet gonna send you anywhere. Lady, we want to work. She want to work right here at this store by the house. What do you mean go on the internet? She ended up getting a job at Portillo's though. But this day you can't go get no job. You gotta go on the internet. What the hell you gotta go on the internet for? Whoever don't got no employees, you should be able to walk in there, fill out a form, and get hired. Internet, sminternet. That makes sense? That it's a burger stand that need an employee and you can't walk in there and get hired. You gotta go to the internet. What? And y'all need somebody right now. I can't walk in there and fill out my form and turn it in and start working. No, I gotta go to the internet. And the internet is the ignorant net because you might not hear nothing. You gotta wait for them to call you back. And they claim they need somebody, but you never hear from them. What the hell kind of foolishness is that? And the main office in another state. What kind of idiot stuff is that? They need to go back, hire you right there. Fill out this form. When can you start? I need somebody in here on the fries. I need them now. I don't got time for the internet. Yeah, they told my daughter, go home on the internet. Go home on the internet, but you in here right now. I knew it was some problem because I go all the time. There's plenty of people. And I'm like, everybody gone. Where's everybody working here? They all gone. Here she is. She ready to start working tomorrow when y'all open. Because y'all finna close. She could be here tomorrow. They told my daughter, go on the internet. I said, hell no. Go on the internet. I swear to God. These people slow as hell. That's why Foundational Black Americans, we got to do our own thing the way we want to do it. Because we'll have paper you can fill out and get hired now. We don't got to do the way these people do it. I guarantee you, as black people, if we separated our mind concept and got in the business and did it our way, we'll pass everybody. Because if I had a business, you could fill the paper right here and you could start tomorrow. Put down your social security number and all your stuff. We're going to check it and then you can start. And we don't do the internet. We don't got no internet job. You got to come in. You got to come to work anyway. So if you can't get here, you don't need the job anyway. I need somebody that can get here. We need to think for ourselves and do for ourselves. They do everything on the internet, but the real thing, baby, like they have to do everything on the internet. It would be fine if it worked. The internet don't work. They said the internet's fast. Okay, well, why ain't heard from y'all? I filled out 2 weeks ago. This is not fast. Then when the internet go down, everything closed. Boy, I tell you, these people dumb as hell. Black people need to do their own thing. And we're going to end with that. Foundation of Black Americans, we need to do our own thing. Doing stuff on paper is obsolete, but better. By far. Because you can walk in there and get the job and they can fill the position now. The internet is not as efficient as they say. The internet is not efficient. It's not. Ain't no way typing nothing and emailing it to you to get a job is better than walking in there and handing you the paper and getting hired right there on the spot. All that typing you, send you the thing. They say, you got the job, can you come in? Bitch, I could have came in the first place. So you had me do all this email, then tell me to come in. Why you just didn't tell me to come in? Tell me that's faster. You can go in, fill out a form and work, or you can contact them to the internet, and then you can go in. The internet don't surpass going in. You still got to go in. No, it won't be flooded with. How's it going to be flooded with applications? The internet going to be flooded with applications. If you come in and I need somebody to work here, right? No, it won't. Listen, the way I'm saying is you come in, I need somebody to work. I got a position. You fill out the paper. I say you hired. You come in tomorrow. I say we not hiring. So they ain't flooded with shit. It ain't flooded because when you come in, we're not hiring. It's simple. Hiring, not hiring sign. Like it used to be. It used to be simple. Yeah, the internet. Listen, it used to be simple. They put up a thing, hiring. Bam, you driving down the street. Oh, they hiring. Turn around. Turn around. I see y'all hiring. Yeah, we hiring. Can you start tomorrow? Hell yeah, I can start now. My rent due. They got to come back with a job. You know what I'm saying? That's how I run my business. I wouldn't run my business. No way they run their business. And I have old school cash registers. I had the new ones, but I had the old ones too. Ice storm come, lights out, go back, ching, ching. We got cash in the drawer. Ain't nobody else can't do no business because electricity out, cash register still don't work. Big Pharaoh, we got the old cash register. Come on in and get your stuff. We outsell everybody. I don't want my cash register to I don't want the electricity to go out on my money. I want to be able to get my money manually. That's why still today people that sell illicit substances make all the money because it's all manual. It's not the internet. You know, you want some greens, that's all done. I'm gonna pull up. We're gonna do this manually. I'm gonna make more money than all this internet. Now I don't do internet. I do in the pocket. You know, I like my money in my pocket, in the pocket. I don't like it in the net. I don't want my money in the net. I want my money in my hand, in my pocket, in my safe. Yeah, Oh my God. The internet is crazy. They're always trying to hack you. You always got to update it. I like the internet, but I don't think we should be dependent on doing business if the electricity is on. I think we should be able to do business if we have an ice storm. You know, hey, I could go on and on. Let that go. At the end of the day, back to the beginning, get rid of the damn Democrats. We're gonna have to flex some muscles. They know black people. They know typically you love the internet. You want to shock the country? Throw the Democrats in the garbage, and then they'll pay attention. Like, oh, black people ain't playing. They said to hell with the Democrats. They all went Republicans, which would make the Republicans say, hey, they'll mess around and say to hell with us too. They're not playing no more. They'll leave this Republican Party just like they left the Democrats. We better start taking these black people serious. They're not playing. Now, they came over to our party, and if we don't provide, they're going to leave. They didn't already showed you they leave. See, we ain't showing nobody we'll leave. Because they like, oh, they love the Democrats. The Democrats, it's like a boyfriend that's cheating on you with a whole bunch of girls and stuff, and you don't never leave them. Know what I'm saying? Because they feel like, oh, they'll never leave us. They're going to always listen to Roland Martin. But we leave, even Roland Martin to start talking about something. Well, they left. I better talk about reparations and stop talking all this roly-poly stupid stuff I'm talking. Yeah, all the Democrat talking heads, if we all leave the Democratic Party, now he got something to talk about. Well, they left us. They ain't playing. We need to give Roland Martin a new talking point. I can see Roland Martin now. If black people left the Democratic Party, he'll have a baby. If you have a baby, he might lose some weight. He'll have a burger and sausage baby. He'll have a fit. Bye, Roland and Martin. Both of y'all. Yeah, we going with the Republicans, which sound crazy, but man, we got to play hardball. Could be, but we need to leave. Shit, we need to get some results around here. We need to get some results. We got to make some noise. We got to make some news, black people. Foundation for Black Americans, we got to make some news. We got to do something drastic. I think I'm subscribed because he always pop up on my YouTube. I just don't click on it. We got yeah, we need to do something drastic. And I ain't gonna be honest with you. I kind of think Trump want to give us reparations. Because some of the stuff I'm looking at that he's doing does benefit us. Even him getting rid of a lot of black stuff and saying he just wanted to be the country, he don't want no black stuff and no white stuff, that kind of makes some sense. He want to go back to the merit system. You get the job based on being able to do the job. You don't get no DEI. Because I had a good job. I ain't had no DEI. We had better jobs without DEI than we had with DEI. Go back to you apply for the job, you could do the job, you get the job. Not because you black, not because you white, not because you a woman, not because you got one leg and you're a Japanese. So some of the stuff he doing, I'm looking at, because for one, throwing out the illegals is definitely helping us. Because they're going to be hiring. Because dude is back in Mexico, back in Haiti, back in Africa, back in the Caribbean. So now we got the jobs like we should have had. You know what I'm saying? I'm looking at some of the stuff he doing, and it make a little sense. It seems scary, but when I really look at it, I'm like, he making a lot of sense. Because at the end of the day, when they throw these people out, they going to have to hire black Americans. Or am I tripping? They're going to have to hire us. If they throw everybody out, they're going to have to hire us. And one thing nobody don't say that these black talking heads don't say, ICE is not bothering black Americans. Why Roland them ain't saying that? They came to Chicago and they did not bother us. ICE was not all in the neighborhood bothering us. Now, ICE just unalived a white woman, just unalived a white man, not a black woman or a black man. And it's a shame the way they unalive dude, and it's a shame the way they unalive the female. But you don't drive off on no police with no guns, and you mind your business. If they got a white lady on the ground, let them cuff her and do what they do. You over there trying to play Superman. You should have mind your business. He gonna go. I'm just speaking for regular people that ain't that intelligent. I'm just speaking from the streets. It's me walking down the street. It's a bunch of ICE agents with automatic guns. They grabbing you, throwing you on the ground. And my name is Wes. I ain't in that mess. They say, Pharaoh, you wouldn't try to help? That's not the proper question. Say, Pharaoh, you wouldn't go get shot? I can't help. They got guns, fool. So why you ask me would I try to help? I know what I can help and what I can't help. If you got 5 ICE agents got you on the ground with guns, unfortunately, Big Pharaoh can't help you. What I'm supposed to do? You know what I'm saying? That's not even a question. Would I try to help? No, I can't help. They did not shoot the guy who was carrying the weapon while he had the weapon. An ICE agent grabbed the weapon because he had it hid. They didn't know he had a weapon. When they threw him on the ground, that's when they seen his concealed carry. One ICE agent grabbed the concealed carry and ran across the street. When he got across the street, they shot him. So they did not shoot him over the concealed carry because the concealed carry was already across the street. He was of no threat. He did not get shot for concealed carry. Well, Pharaoh, why did he get shot? He got shot for not minding his damn business. That's why he got shot. He got shot for sticking his nose where it don't belong. And it might have been an ICE agent that's crazy that they ain't vetted, and he ran into a situation with a crazy man. Nobody told you to go over there where the crazy man was at, because the man that shot him is obviously crazy. And you didn't mind your business, and you went and got involved with the crazy man. They saying ICE won't be shooting people like that if black people organize and stay strapped. No, ICE won't be shooting you if you mind your damn business, if you don't drive off on the police. That's why ICE won't shoot you. ICE won't shoot you if you don't be moving like you want to get shot. That's when ICE won't shoot you. When the lady started driving her car, the ICE agent was right in front of her car. He don't know you finna turn the wheel, so he popped you. They lying about the ICE agent shooting the lady. They lying. They are lying. She drove off. He was standing right in front of the car. Right in front of the car. Yeah. That's what happened. I don't know why they lying. I don't know why they lying. I've seen it. I did a whole live on it. When she drove off, he was standing right in front of the car. Now, I'm not standing up for nothing that I'm going to tell my child not to do. Now, other people, you might stand up for something that you would tell your child not to do, but I'm not standing up for nothing that I would tell my child not to do. Period. I'm telling my child to put their hands up and turn the car off and get out and lay on the ground. Get arrested and they're going to let you go. Look, he is in front of that car. Her wheels is not turned to the right yet. When do I think the next person to get under live? When they do something stupid. Yeah, when they do something stupid. Yeah. Yeah, when they do something stupid, they're gonna get under live. Look where he at. He is in front of the car. He is in front of the car. On this picture, you can't even see him. He's so far in front of the car. She turning the wheel, but you can see he not looking at the ground to see if she turning the wheel. All she knows is you started this damn car. I don't know which way you gonna go. How I know which way you gonna go? Make it make some sense. How I know which way you finna drive? Look where we at. Look at the direction her wheel is turned, and you can't even see the officer. They talking about the wheels turned out to the right. No, the wheels was turned to the left. Make it make some sense. Where's the bullet? How the hell the bullet went in your windshield unless you was driving towards him? He's in front of the car. He cannot shoot in her windshield if he by her side window. To hit this spot in the windshield, you in the front of the car. They try to make it like he didn't shoot till she got on side of him. If he shot when he got on side of him, it wouldn't be no bullet in the windshield. At this point, if I got the gun, They said, but Pharaoh, her wheel turned. I'm not looking at no turn wheel. If you in the car and it's got a hood and I'm standing right here and your wheels are straight when it start, I'm not looking down at no wheel. And when you start rolling that car, I'm finna air you out. I don't know which way you're gonna go. I'm not a mind reader. We black. I'm telling my son, turn the vehicle off, put your hands out, get on the car out and lay down. That's why I would never teach my son drive off. Now everybody defending her, go teach your children to drive off then. Because I'm telling my children she was stupid. How the hell you gonna drive off with some men got some guns and you driving off? Come on, man. Come on, stop. And it's gonna get worse. Because one ICE agent got his finger bit off the other day. Yeah, he got his finger bit off. Boy, it's up. Boy, it's up. Now the other man, he see the lady fighting with ICE. He won't be Captain Save-All. He gonna run over there and save her. No, he got a gun in his waist. Now he got the right to be concealed carry, but just me, if I got a gun in my waist and I see the police wrestling with a woman, I'm not finna go over there with this gun in my waist. Matter of fact, I'm gonna try to go far the other way because I don't want them searching me and finding my gun. I'm not running into no squabble with no federal agents with a gun, concealed carry gun. Now, I don't know why people are trying to justify that stupid shit. Yeah, it's going to happen again. You know why? Because the ICE agents is super mad now. Because you just bit one of their comrades' finger off. He just got his finger bit off. Go search the picture. I ain't going to show you his finger in a jar. Yeah, the tip of that finger's in a jar. Oh, it's up. It's up. I tell my kids, you walk in a situation, you see a protest, you see a bunch of people fighting, you see police fighting and ICE and federal agents. What you do, son, is you turn around and you go back that way. You know what I'm saying? You turn around. That's why I tell my son, you turn the corner, you see a bunch of agents with guns and stuff. You back up, you turn around, you go that way, like a G. Yeah, you go that way. You don't go down there, you know what I'm saying? Listen, son, I know I named you Brian, but in that situation, your name Wes. And you ain't in that mess. What I just say, son? My name Wes, and I ain't in that mess. Good boy. Your name Wes. I'm teaching you hood stuff, son. Your name Wes, and you ain't in. No, his gun was in his waist. They didn't see it till they threw him on the ground. The man snatched the gun and ran down the street, and they shot him. That was wrong. That was 100% wrong. For one ICE agent took the gun and ran all the way across the street, and then they shot him. So he didn't even have the gun when they shot him. That was wrong. That was wrong. What was stupid is for him to go over there playing with ICE when he know they bootleg soldiers. Okay? We don't play with police and we don't play with people playing soldier man. If it's me and they throwing a lady on the ground I'm finna mind my business. She'll be all right. Now she all right and he unalive. He should have mind his beeswax. Mind your business. No, he listening to the lady. I want to be saved. No, he should have mind his business. I'm standing on that. He should have mind his business. If I see you and you getting roughed up by some dudes with machine guns, hey, I would like to be able to help you, but it's 4 dudes with machine guns and it's just me. I need 4 dudes with machine guns to help you. I can't help you. I don't know why I'm pretending I can help you. The idea of helping somebody is that you could really help them. I can't help you when you're getting beat up by 4 dudes with machine guns. Now, I could walk far off and be a witness when you go to court for your lawsuit, but I'm not finna go over there and wrestle them. The only way I'm going over there and wrestle them, you got to be my daughter, my son, grandkids, wife, mama, something like that. But if I don't know you, man, I'm not, I'm not putting my life on the line. I'll put my life on the line for my wife, for my queen, for my children, but not for no stranger. If something happened, they say, why'd you go over there? Like they was trying to beat mama up. But I'm not getting shot. You come to the hospital. What happened? I was trying to save this lady. This lady. No, I'm not trying to save this lady. I'm trying to save mama. I'm trying to save my wife. I'm trying to save my daughter. I'll tell that story. Man, I went over there. They was trying to hurt my daughter. They trying to hurt my son. Not they trying to hurt this guy. Yeah. I'll say what you want to say. But I'm not running up on no dudes with no gun trying to help some guy or some. Nah, you on your own, player. I'm the realest alive. I ain't gonna lie. My name Wes. I'm not in that mess. Why not finish me shop with you? I don't even know if you would like me. You decide to go over there and wrestle with the police. Hey, the lady, she getting slung around, she would have been all right. Dude go over there knowing, come on, man. I used to be a criminal, so if I turn the corner and just see them with a gun, but see, he was legal, concealed, and carry, but seeing they just shot the lady, it ain't no way I went over there when they just shot the lady. They just shot Renee. If he was Somali, I would help him. Hell no. I'm not helping. I already told you I'm not helping nobody if I don't know you. I'm not helping Somali, Jabali, Kafali, or Manali. No. I'm not Jesus. I'm not dying for nobody's sins. I'm not helping nobody but my family. I'm not. And first, that's a bogus statement because I can't help them. So why'd you ask me would I get involved with something where I can't help? So you think you could have helped her, David? No, you couldn't have. So you asked me a false question because I can't help her. I cannot help you if federal agents got you and they got automatic weapons and there's 4 or 5 of them. Ain't no need to be pretending I could help you. I can't help you. I can't help you. I can't help you. You would have ran over there, David? Because I don't believe you'd have went over there. I think you're just typing. David, you know damn well you would have went the other way. Stop trying like you was Superman. If you was Superman, you already be unalived already. If you was down with that type of behavior. You got to realize when to hold them and when to fold them. You know what I'm saying? I already know. When I see dudes with machine guns, I already know I can't help you. I'm not make believe. I don't believe I can go in there. Here I come to save the day. I know it's only one thing. It's only two things I could do. Well, three things: get beat up, get arrested, or get shot. Or I might get two things. I might get beat up and shot. That's all the odds I see. That's what I see. When I see armed federal agents got you, I see exactly what I could do. I can get beat up and shot, or I can get it stomped out and arrested. Those I can't save you though. How am I gonna save you? Now, if I got 20 men with weapons, yeah, come on, let's go save. We go, okay, put y'all guns down and let it go. I could do that. But just me, just Big Pharaoh by myself, Big Pharaoh by myself, I go save him. I can save him. No, I cannot save him. How am I gonna save him from some crazy dudes with masks on that's out here on dummy? How am I gonna save him or the lady? I can't save you. I'm a realist. I'm the realest alive. I could not save her. And then if I can't verify that you would try to save me, that's a whole nother story. Because if the shoe's on the other foot, you probably just walk by me. Hold on, I've been out here in the world. I didn't help people that didn't help me before. So I ain't even got no guarantee this person I'm putting my life on the line for can help. You understand? He was holding a soup can and throwing ice. They gonna pop him too. See what a lot of people don't know? When you get out there with ice, you don't know how many of them been hit in the head, how many of them been ran over by a car, how many of them been hit in the head with a brick, how many of them had their finger bit off. So you really jumping into a situation where you don't know the trauma that these agents already been through. These agents is getting hit with bricks, bottles, and everything. Don't nobody want to tell two sides of the story. Like I say, this man's finger is in a jar. It's so gross I can't show it to you. They bit that finger off. And that finger is in a jar. So people don't understand the trauma that the ICE agents is going through. They getting bottles of urine thrown on them and all type of stuff. And then we from the hood. I'm a G. I'm from the hood. We from the hood. I've been outside. I told you I've been in the county jail. We in the county jail, and them dudes come with them military outfits on, and they pop the doors on the deck where y'all at. Everybody, you better get down on the goddamn ground. Hey, one night, that's when I was in the county jail. I'm asleep. I hear plop, 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 plop. Get y'all asses up. The doors pop open. I'm on the bottom deck, so I got to come walk up some stairs. It's a big ass brother, look like a big old Superman, big rat, like a big football player. He got on some tight black gloves. I walk up the stairs. He said, "Boom!" in my chest, just cause he hit me in my chest. I stumbled down 2 stairs and went on back upstairs. Look, he was so big, and his fist was so big. No, you can't say that over here. No, you can't say that over here. Go say that on your channel. Yeah, you can't say that over here. Look, he was so big that when he hit me, it didn't even hurt. Because the hurt, it got to penetrate. And it didn't penetrate. It did this. You know, that's how big his fist was. So when he hit me, it pushed me. That's how big his fist was. It didn't even hurt. It just boom! Boom! I walk back. They make us go out in the hall, strip naked. Y'all ain't been in Cook County Jail, strip naked. Bend over, cough. Pull your cheeks, bend over, pull your cheeks over, cough. Yeah. The dudes with the black on and the black helmets and the dogs. Now, would you play with them? So I'm really been outside. Division 5, ask somebody about Big Pharaoh. Now play up in there. Play. I ain't been in prison, but play in prison when they tell you something. Play. Play in the county jail. Play in prison. Play on the streets. Play with the police. You already know police come. Lock your fingers behind your head and do whatever the hell they tell you. This is what you teach your son. And shut the hell up. Don't talk back to the police. Shut up. They say, Fred, you bound on not just to police, robbers too. Somebody run up on you, they got the ups, they got the gun on you. Shut up. You lost already. You already lost. They say, man, give us all that. Give us your jewelry. Here. Give us your money. Take it. And you don't even look at them. You don't say nothing. You lost already. You got to know when to fold them and when to hold them. You already lost. Now you're going to take a little loss or you're going to take a loss of life. That's on you. Real street knowledge. Once they grabbed that lady, she lost already. He went over there to try to save somebody that lost. She lost already. And then he lost his life. The lady, as soon as they got there, she already lost. Him in the front with a gun, him on the side with a gun, she lost. She lost already. What the hell she was trying to do is over, lady. I'm telling y'all to save your life. You got to know when you lost. You already lost. Just give up and live. They got you. You don't get to be 68 like I'm finna be on the 22nd doing stupid stuff. Hey, think I'm lying? I used to sell T-shirts and Baldwin heels at the movie theater. It was the movie with Red Fox, Richard Pryor, and Eddie Murphy. What, Harlem Nights. I ran out of T-shirts, right? Let me get this person out here coming on my page saying stuff. Go say that on your own page, Kim. Right? So I ran out of T-shirts. So I'm finna go to the guy because he pressing them up all night because we get money. Boom. So you got to come up the back because it's night. He got a big warehouse. He in there press T-shirts. So I turn off the main street. Now I turn in the alley. When I turn in the alley, undercover cop car turn behind me. They say, turn off the vehicle. They got the spotlight that's on the side shining in the car. They said, roll the window down. When I looked in the rearview mirror, dude got his hand outside the car like this. The other one got his other hand outside the car. They got the guns on me in the spotlight. Roll the window, turn the car off. Off. Put your hands out the vehicle. I could see in the mirror, he got the light. I didn't even look in the mirror, move no more. I just stayed like this. So I'm like this, right, y'all? Let me show you an example. I'm like this. Watch this. This is how long. I'm like this, following orders. After like another minute or two like this, I looked in the mirror. They was gone. They pulled out and left, and they never told me. They left me just like this. And guess what? I'm alive, ain't I? Because dude had that thing. They both had that thing right between the rear view, the side view mirror and where the door is, where the side view mirror is here. They had them things on me. And when they said don't move, did I move? No. If If I would have just made any move, they would have aired the car out. They would have aired that damn car out. I stayed just like this, and then I happened to look in the mirror and they was gone. If you want to stay alive, follow the police or ICE or whoever soldiers, follow their orders. Follow their orders and shut the fuck up. Shut up. Don't shut up. You lost already. Once they pull behind me like that, it's already over. What I'm going to do? There is no wiggle out. Shut up. And foundational Black Americans, don't go to rallies. Don't go to rallies, because you're going to go to a rally, the police or the soldiers show up or something, then there's fools at the rally that's going to do something stupid, and now you caught up in something stupid. And black people, don't go to none of them ICE protests, putting our face on that. This was between immigrants and the white people that want to be Jesus. I don't want to be Jesus. They killed dude. Stop trying to be Jesus. They crucified Jesus. What part of that you don't understand? They murdered Jesus. He the Savior, right? What happened to the Savior? They nailed his ass to a cross. They unalived him. Yeah, he came back to life, but you ain't coming back to life. You ain't Christ. If they unalive Christ, what you think? They cut John the Baptist's head off. So what you think? Man, they could face scan me and shit all day. I'm a G. I've been out here. I'm a G. Listen, black man, listen to me. When they arrest you, wrongful arrest, whatever, shut up. Listen, whether it's don't go no protest, but listen to me, black man. When the police arrest you, false arrest, on some nonsense, just be quiet. Don't get mad. Stay normal. If you don't get mad and you stay normal, between the time they first get you and a few minutes, state level gonna come down. Even if they take you to jail, if you don't say nothing and you keep your mouth shut and you don't act mad or nothing, they will take you to jail and let you go. This is how it goes. Take it from me. I've been arrested 1 billion times. I've been in jails in Chicago for marijuana when it was illegal. I've been in jail in L.A. 2 days after I got there for some hashish. I've been in jail in Hawaii. All my cases, they let me go. They never beat me up because I keep my mouth shut. I lost already. They got me. Shut the hell up. Don't go to none of them protests, foundational Black Americans. And if you're out here, ICE pull you over, don't you say nothing until they ask you something. Don't talk smart. Ladies, if you with your man, shut the hell up. If you with your boy, shut up. You're making it worse. Shut up. Just shut up. And then you'll be all right. As long as you shut the hell up, you'll be all right. All that jaw jacking, all that nasty attitude, it could get you unalive. These are facts. Shut up. Let the process play out. Let the police what? Adrenaline what? Calm down. You're driving. They pull you over for a traffic. Boom. When they get out the car, they adrenaline up here because they don't know you could be a shooter yourself. Stop thinking they walk into the car. They know that's you. They don't know who's in that car. So they is on 1,000. They come up to the car. They still negative like license and registration. Or they say, give us your license. You give them the license. Shut the hell up. They going to go into their car. They still on 1,000. But by the time, if you just sit there and chill, by the time they come back to your car, they going to be then calm down. And they going to come to your car and say, you know you ran that light back there. Say, nah, I ain't know. Now you can kind of talk to them. But you got to let them come down off that adrenaline. Because the officer or ICE or something, they only got one thing on their mind, making it back home alive. And it's you with them. Stop thinking that they feel safe. They don't feel safe. They're not uncomfortable. So in their mind, when dude come over there ready to fight them, he a op. He's trying to fight them while their adrenaline is too high. You understand? You got to let their adrenaline calm down. These is facts. You got to let their adrenaline calm down. They're on an adrenaline rush. Every stop is important. As soon as they slip and don't think it's serious, finger get bit off. When his finger get bit off, what you think he thinking now he lost the tip of his finger? I should have been more aggressive. I was going too soft. Lost my damn finger playing. He was going too soft. That's how he lost his finger. See, think from the point of the police. If I'm out there and I'm ICE, I'm not playing with you. I'm telling you, if I'm ICE and you play with me, I'm going to do you dirty. Yeah, if I'm ICE, man, play with me. Because as far as I'm concerned, you might throw acid in my face or nothing, or something. I don't know. All I know is I got a wife and children at home. I'm going back home. I don't know where you going. But if you think you're going to come out and hurt me, you're a fool. And I don't know if you're trying to hurt me or not. So I'm going to let this thing go easy, quick. I'm telling you. It ain't going to take much. If I'm ICE, I'm going to be honest. It ain't going to take much for me to let that thing go. That's why, what you think if you was an ICE agent and you seen this, you was at the station, he came back, how would you be acting the next day or if you went back out that night? Be honest. If you work with him and he came back like that, right? Right? How would you feel when you went back on the street that night? You'll be like, oh, okay. This is serious. They'll hurt me out here. You won't be playing. So, like, I'm going to tell the truth about ICE. ICE got a dangerous job. ICE got a dangerous job. I don't know what nobody else going to tell y'all. Start leaving, man. Cooperate and shut the hell up. And ladies, with your man, he get pulled over. Shut the hell up. If you're a passenger, shut up. I'm driving. You the passenger. You talking crazy, irritating this dude. Shut your ass up. And if you ride, don't ride around with nobody that don't know how to shut the hell up. And don't have nobody in your car that's going to talk crazy to police if you get pulled over. Don't hang with no losers like that. Hang with somebody, know the street rules. The street rules, you the passenger, shut the hell up. Because you putting the driver in danger. Don't be looking in the rearview mirror when the police get behind us, looking all suspicious. And shut up. Don't you say nothing. Let the drivers talk. Don't you be on the side, man, why y'all pulling us over? They not pulling us over. They pulling me over. You not driving. Shut up. Because if I'm in the car with you, if I'm driving and you in the car and the police pull me over, I say, what's the problem? And you over there and you say the police, why y'all pulling me over? I'm going to say the police, would you arrest him? I'm going to break the ice. I'm going to use you to break the ice. The police ain't going to fuck with me no more. God say, listen, officer, would you arrest him? Because he won't shut the fuck up. Could you please arrest him for me? Arrest him. That's what I'm going to say. That's what I'll say. Officer, could you please arrest him? Because he just won't shut up. And this ain't even his car. He tried to get me in trouble running his mouth. That's what I'm going to say. And you ain't going to never get in my car again. Basically, our friendship is over. You will never get in my car again. Real dudes, you know the rules. You know the rules. Shut up. All the passengers, shut up. Let the driver do all the talking. You don't say nothing unless the officers say something. And don't irritate the officer and make him take us to jail with that fake tough guy shit with the police. And the same with a robber. Boom, somebody run up on me, they pull a gun on me. Give me all your jewelry. Give me all your money, your phone. He over here. I'm looking this way. I'm looking this way. He right there. I'm looking this way. I'm not looking at the robber. He take everything. He run. You don't move. You count to 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Then you move. You don't look at him, because if you look at him, he might start thinking, oh, he's trying to identify me. Pop, pop. Let him take it. Let him get away. Don't look at him. And don't move, count to 10, because if you move too early, you might spook them. They might shoot you. They might shoot you. One day, I was young. I think I was in high school, and I was at the store. And when I get to the corner of the store, to come to the store, a dude ran into me. Almost made me dizzy, almost knocked me out. And he dropped a bag of money. He had just robbed something. So he bumped into me and he dropped the money. And he picked the money up. He had the gun and he looked at me. But when he looked at me, I wasn't looking at him. And then he took off. I never looked at him. But he ran into me hard because he was running fast because he tried to get away from a robbery. So it's like football with no equipment on. Man, he ran into me. I was seeing stars. I seen the money drop. I seen the gun. I never looked at him. He like right here with the gun. He been out picking up the money. I didn't look. And he got up and I could see him looking at me first. And then when he looked at me and seen I wasn't looking, then he took off. I didn't look at that dude. You better keep your eyeballs, man. Hey, reckless eyeballing. Hey, listen, you heard of reckless eyeballing? All right. Keep your eyes to yourself. Keep your mouth closed. Whether it's a robber, police, or anything, the object is to get back home alive. That's it. I hope y'all learn from that. It don't get no realer than this. And you know what? Support your channel too. Make a donation and all that. Real talk, it don't get no realer than this. This that G talk, actually.